All right. I think I be live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Wednesday. Wednesday. It is Wednesday. I feel like it was Thursday for a moment there. We're in the future. Uh-oh. So hey everybody. Good to see everyone. Good to have your energies here. Thank you for all of your love and all your support. It is just Wednesday, right? Yeah, it is Wednesday because I worked out today. Right now, I work out Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and I'm gonna have a hard time holding up cards today. Getting back into the regular, growing your muscles and stuff. Oh my gosh, it is a wonderful journey, and I'm so grateful that I can do that. But it's gonna be fun holding up the singing bowl. All right. But welcome everybody. Let's get into it. Before we get into all the readings, let's bring in some beautiful love energy. We'll do that by breathing in a very deep breath. Hold it for as long as you feel comfortable. Slow release coming into the moment, out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos out there in the world, coming back to this bubble of love where we can experience that joy and laughter and peace and gratitude and the eternal unconditional love. So if you want to join me, let's do that. Big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. And then, of course, we will hit the singing bowl here a few times. Three times is generally the rule, or what we generally do. But as we're doing this, of course, we can just imagine and picture in our mind's eye this beautiful, bright, beautiful color, whatever resonates with you within you, just bursting forward, filling up your mind and your thoughts and your heart and your emotions and your physical body and all of your cells and organs and blood, every cell of your body, physical body, into our spiritual body, all of our chakras and our meridians and the our auras, filling us up and then expanding out to the outside world, allowing it to do whatever it wants to do out there to help raise the love vibration of the planet. And as we're doing that, of course, something that immediately helps us raise our own vibration is focusing on gratitude. Just one little thing that we're grateful for immediately just sparks us into higher vibration, opens us up to hear messages from spirit, and it kind of magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for. So it's always a win win, win win win. So that's what we'll do. I'll start off in the distance a little bit in case it's really loud. I never know how loud this little baby's going to be. So watch your ears and your volume. And here we go. Remember gratitude. beautiful. She's just gonna sing all night. We're just gonna be here for a while. No, not really. Oh, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me and doing that. Beautiful energies. Welcome to Pisces season, everybody. Happy birthday to all you Pisces sun babies. I have a stellium in Pisces, including my Pisces moon, and we're in a Pisces moon. I think until like afternoon tomorrow, we go into Aries. So exciting, beautiful energies. So I hope you guys, we're going to have a great emotional wave, wonderful connections to spirit are available. So I'm excited for our readings. I'll talk about the cards we have here when we get to that point, but I'm excited. So welcome everyone. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, I'm Bretta Z, and we're here to steam up some tea and then spill it as well. So welcome. We've got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts, great senses of humor. Two things we can definitely use in this human life to make things in this human path an easier path instead of a harder one. So welcome, welcome. We always have room for more Zen friends, so thank you. If you want to know how the whole process works, in the description area of the video, it does talk about the whole process and everything. There's like, it's a ton of information, but if you want to know about Bretta Zen's channel, that's where everything is at. Um, but quickly, just a little, the skinny on it is free readings are first come, first serve, and um, they're generally 1 to 2 cards for the free readings. If anyone makes a donation, I do honor that energy exchange. Move out of the free readings, prioritizing those dive deeper, meaning we pull more cards for those two. You also get an extra fortune cookie, an oracle card, which I'll talk about those when we get to those. I'm excited because we're going to use a dream oracle because Pisces energy is all about the dreams. So um, I'm excited to use that oracle deck tonight. Um, but so you get an extra oracle with that. And then if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description area of my video here. We do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square. And I don't have any set dollar amounts, whatever you give from your heart. I know you're giving what you can. So I do honor that. And then, of course, not everyone can donate. I understand that as well. So that's why we offer free readings too. If 2.5 hours into my session, I have not completed free readings, I will step out of donations. I know, and do about 30 minutes of free readings, and then return back, finish out all donations. Always finish out all the donations each night, and then if there's time and energy, I will go back and finish all the free readings too, which I have been lately. I hit my record 7 hours and 5 minutes live stream last weekend. And you know it's spirit when I don't pass out. So we love that. So that's how that works. At the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all of the readings completed with timestamps. So you can always come back, look for that pinned comment, find your name, click on it, takes you right to your reading. It's very fancy, and we like fancy. So that's what we got. That's the whole process. Now, some other quick things here too. Hey, everybody. Yeah, Spirited Away, JoJo, right? Where did I go? I must have went somewhere else. um, I just posted, well, we had a winner yesterday for the new moon. Every new moon and full moon, I do have a giveaway for a 30-minute person recorder reading or a hedge and one of my energetic hedges. And we had a winner. It was Brave Fan, or Debbie as I know her. So she was the winner. So she's been in contact. I'm excited. She's going to try a wonderful hedge. So I'm excited. I'm working on I've got the hedge of peace and love, and I have a hedge of health, and then I'm going to have a hedge of the heart coming out soon as well. So I'm excited for that. I'm working on it right now. Not like right now, because I'm live here, but I'm in the process of learning. All right. But I just posted today the next giveaway, because the full moon is gonna be on March 3rd, 3/3. Look, 3/3 portal, the Empress portal, right? So hopefully I did all that right there. But that is the, link for that, and it's, of course, a lunar eclipse for that one, and then we'll put out a few days before that, the, making the most of that full moon lunar eclipse energy. Of course, we just had the Aquarius new moon, um, solar eclipse, and the fire horse, did you guys feel the heat yet? So, but if you want to check out how to make the most of your new moon wishes and intentions, you can still use that energy. It's so powerful. And we're in the portal between eclipses, between the solar eclipse and the lunar eclipse. So this is a powerful time these 2 weeks. So buckle up, buttercups. Let's all hold on together. But if you want to check that out, that's all those are free. You can see how you can make the most of that energy. And then, of course, today's Wednesday. So tomorrow we have a new Easier Path podcast coming out, episode. But if you want to catch up on the Easier Path, there's the link to that. And we have in the description area of the video, we'd also have the playlist link if you want to catch up on any of those. So I think that's the big fadu, shebang, kazam, whatever that may be. So I think I'll move this over here out of my view so I can move this over and see things more clearly. All right. So, hello everybody again. I'm so excited. All right. So what we'll do, let me do some shout outs. Let's make sure my list is up to date, the current list, and we'll get into it. See what spirit has got going on here. So we got Deb Deb in the house. Yay. I know eclipse season. All this significant sudden changes. Always fun, right? Yeah, I'm so glad. I was so glad Dibby won as well. I'm glad when anyone wins, but it's always perfect timing for individuals. And we got Livier Vagara in the house. Hey, Livier, good to see you. Let's get you on the free list here. We got your croissant. We got Cat Me in the house. Meow, meow. We got yours here. Your little face. You're so funny. All right. Got you on the list. Yeah, Jojo, you were referring to when I had my 7-hour session. It must be spirited away because sometimes I'm like, "It really was 7 hours? Whoosh." So fun, fun, fun. Happy Wednesday, Olivier. See all those? Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Deb Deb. We got, Bonita. I got your free reading here. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Got Maria P. I think I'm already caught up here. Yep. So, Maria P, I've got you on the free list and I got your Z PayPal. So you're on the donation list as well. And then we've got Moncloa. Hello, hello. Got you on the list. Good to see you. Marissa Smith, thank you. I got your donation via Z PayPal too. So you're on the list. I'll give the list of the donations before I start so everyone knows where we're at on those. So we got those. And then, of course, Jojo, we got 2 for you. Thank you for those. I got those up on the list. So thank you for those. All right, so those are good there. Then we got Samia Rao, got you on the list. Hello, hello. Swaroot Bobby, also on the free list. This was earlier in the day. So if you're here, hello. You might be sleeping right now. I know some of you guys are on the other side of the planet. So, and then we have Ashish Balkaran. We got you. Thank you. Thank you. You're on the free list. Excuse me. And Touch O Love, you are going to be up first for the free readings once we get down to those. And then Sudeshna Ghosh, we've got you up first for 2 donation readings. So thank you so much for those. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's not work when you're having fun. I agree. It's such a wonderful opportunity. I was on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I go work out at the gym. And but I walk to the gym. It's probably like a mile and a half. It's like a 30-minute walk to it. And when I come back, I take this really rough going. I mean, it's an incline. I almost like passed out. No, I didn't. I felt like I was like, where's the oxygen? But you get to the top and then you can breathe. And I go this other route that and ends up being a total of 4 miles or more that I walk. But, when I was out walking, I love out getting outdoors and walking, seeing all the trees and the birds and the cats and the dogs and those. And I was thinking, wow, just had an interesting feeling today. Like, what if this was the last? Not that this is a prediction. What if this was the last day on Earth or my last day on the Earth? It's like what a wonderful experiences, and I can be walking out here, and it was gusting. I saw snow clouds coming over Pikes Peak, and it was just really beautiful. But when you really can get into the moment and realize we have everything we need in each moment, and when we can be still and notice that, we can just be in a wonderful place of being. Um, and then a car swerved and almost hit me. No, I'm just kidding. And it took me out of my peace. No, that wouldn't be funny, but that would be how it goes, right? Yeah, nature makes it amazing. I'm so blessed to live in Colorado. I can usually see Pikes Peak and everywhere. Pretty beautiful. So, all right, enough about me. Let's get into the readings here. We're going to be using for Z Tarot. We're going to use the Tarot of the Divine this day. I have another backup, but we'll see if we'll go that far. But this is so beautiful. It's got this beautiful blue background here, and all these moons, which is interesting because then we're also using for the oracle. The first oracle for everyone, for every donation, because they're a little longer, so I'm not going to do one for each, like for multiple donations. But the first one is the Dream Ritual Oracle. So again, this big moon. And it's a new moon yesterday, right? So this beautiful dreaming energy. And then for any additional donations, we'll do the Yin Yang Insights Oracle. Again, another moon, all this moon energy. So that is the skinny on which ones I'll be using. Hey, Belle. So where we're at on donations, I got 2 for Sudeshna up first, and then 2 for Jojo, and then 1 for Marissa, and then 1 for Maria. And that's where we're at on donations. For free readings, I've got Touch of Love, Ashish, Swaroop, Samya Rao, Moncloa, Maria P, Bonita, which is user, etc., etc., Kat Mia, and Livia Vagata. I think that's should be everyone. If I missed anyone, please let me know if you're listening. Yep. So that would be, you probably haven't heard it yet. You might be running just a little behind. Six donations ahead of you if you do it right now. Oh, oh no. You should always be able to, if it ever happens in an important spot, you can you can rewind on those as well. But there's 6 donations ahead of you if you donate right now. All right, so that's what we'll do. Let's take some sip of coffee. Cheers, everybody. I love you. Thank you for all the thumbs up. Help spread the Zen love, and I'm so grateful for that. Yum, yum, yum. Yes, a little bit of snow. Well, it's trying. I mean, it's like 40, 42 degrees, whatever. It might like sprinkle. We're not expecting anything big like you guys get. You remember how Colorado is. You're either going to get sprinkles and teased or it's dumped on us. All right. So let us dive in here. Get these shuffled. All right. So let me finish my cough drop lozenge or whatever that is. My after dinner mint. You still live in a freezer? Yeah. Yeah, you're up there. You're up there in the upper latitudes. All right. So, Sudeshna, you're up at 2017 even to start off for number 1. And as you know, your current project, yeah, it's coming to an end and they're continuously raising difficulties. I know. You're trying for opportunities And looking for it, can you check it? Will you be able to get any opportunities? Is it inside Cognizant or any new job, any other company time frame? All right, let's take a look here. So based on your current energy, will you be able to get other opportunities? All right. One card there. Is it inside Cognizant? Let's see that energy. And then any job at any other company. Okay. I got those. And then a when card. Got this other deck. Let's see what these bring in here as far as when. So we've got that. Okay. Nope. Is it just going to be a moon card? Okay. No, there's a couple here. We'll see what these say. All right. So bottom of the deck, you do have the Queen of Cups. Queen of Cups is an energy of following your heart, following your intuition. And I do feel like we've talked a little bit about, you know, you're becoming more and more uncomfortable in your situation because your soul is wanting you to go in a different direction. But it's like when we're stubborn, which most humans are. I don't know of a human who's not stubborn. It's kind of comes with it's part of our survival mode. That's my excuse. That's my explanation. But then things become more and more comfortable where our fears are outweighed by the ugly feeling of being where we're at. So there's a good thing here. Also on the bottom of the deck, I mean, you've got the world card. Oh my gosh, you can't make this up. So um you have the world card came out first, which is an ending of a significant cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. And then you also got the Sun card and the Fool card, which is the Fool card is the first card in the major arcana. It's the new adventure. The Sun card is about this bright shininess. So you've got all this wonderful, energy flowing beneath the surface of your reading that's telling you that this is for you. This is your heart um, nudging you to follow something that will make you happy and fulfilled rather than feel like you're existing, and that's why things are getting tougher and tougher, right? So that's the bottom of the deck. So are you going to be able to get any new opportunities? You have the Seven of Swords, and this says, yeah, if you'll get out of your head, because these thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, those are what are cheating you out of opportunities. It's what's stealing opportunities from you is this fear thoughts, these beliefs, the mind saying, "Oh, it has to be this and this and this, and then it must be this," where the heart's going, "Why you gotta be so restrictive? Let's open up and see what's going on out here," right? So you definitely have the ability, but this is the troublemaker right here, right? Not mine, but yours. Mine is my troublemaker for me. Yours is your troublemaker for you. Because I can't think for you, you can't think for me, but you have to, look at your thoughts and go, "Yeah, why are you restricting me, brain?" You can even call it name your brain something, you know? You can, Fido, "Hey, Fido, why are you doing this?" "Why are you trying to why won't you let me go?" The reason I said Fido is because there's this I guess it's a fox. I was like, "'Cause there's a dog, but it's a fox." But it's a fox named Fido. And look at there's a dinosaur. The emotional fear monster. So, I feel like that's yes, you just have to get out of your head. That's all. Is it within cognizant? No, I don't feel like it is because you got the 6 of coins, the 6 of pentacles, and the ace of swords is a brand new start somewhere else with the ace of swords. 6 of pentacles, this is an energy of codependency that's coming through here. And so I feel like cognizant is the taker in a relationship. They will make people give and give and give and give and give and give and give. And especially when we define ourselves by what we're able to give, they will people will take advantage of it when they're in that fear mode, and it does feel like that's what's going on there. They will just continue to suck the life out of well, they can't suck the life out of us, but they will create the opportunities for us to overgive because no one can force us to give, but they can create us a like the atmosphere, the weather around us to make it easy for us to overgive, right? But you deserve to be in a healthier business relationship, right? So, you wanna know if it's another company. Yeah, we've got the 3 of coins. Yeah, we got the death and rebirth. So, yeah, definitely that's saying that this is a 3 of coins is, like, somewhere you can be true to your authentic self, and there's this wonderful transformative energy here. And we've got the temperance card. It's been something that's been growing kinda we say growing on you, which means influencing you and drawing you, and I feel like it's something that's just it's like one of those alarms they're showing me that, it's the ones that start off really faint, and as you ignore the alarm, it gets louder, louder, and louder till you wake up and snooze it or whatever, but I feel like that's what's been going on here. I feel like it's not something new that's been drawing you, it's something that's been drawing you all your life, and it's just getting louder and louder because it's becoming time for you to head in the direction of whatever this is that makes you feel like you're living and not just existing or being a slave to a company. Time frame. Let's take a look here. I like this. Well, what a wonderful. So it's let me see here. I could do this here. It says on a Sunday, on a hot day, in April. So it feels like here, and that's not really too far away. It's like what 6 weeks away, but I feel like it's on a Sunday that you discover it, and it's a hot day. Um, but it's in April, that based on current energies is when it's coming in. So be on the lookout, but the big thing is to open your heart, open your mind, especially that it doesn't have to be a certain thing. It's like, what is it? Where's my heart leading me? Where is my excitement leading me? And take a look at that. Right. So that's what they have for you. Hopefully that helps a little. All right. Thank you, Val. I got your donation here. We'll get you on the list. Thank you. All right. So, Sudeshna, let's go to your second one. Oh, fortune cookie. Oh my gosh. How could I forget that? I'm all excited about your second question. But let's take a look here at your first. This will be for both anyway. Um, the dream card here, the dream ritual, can cover all of your readings, but we'll give you for your second one another little oracle. So you've got, oh yeah, the strength. You can get through the storm. Look at that beautiful energy. Beautiful card. Let's see what we got here. There it was. So the lunar power of this says the waxing moon is a sublime time to move beyond intention and be more proactive and productive in all areas of your life. Harnessing the energizing vibe of the waxing moon when you perform this dream animation ritual is a positive step you can take to strengthen the most empowering relationship in your life, the relationship you have with yourself. Ooh. So, this is the ritual about animating your dreams. It says, recall some of your recent dreams. See what dream in particular calls your name or demands your attention. Then observe what specific element of that dream, be it the setting or the characters, the experience, actions, colors, sounds, and so on, how they present themselves to you, or which ones present them to you more strongly. Take a deep breath, notice the beating of your heart, and bring that dream element to life in your mind's eye. Infuse it with energy and vitality. Say hello to the aspect of your dream you've animated, and then relax. Don't ask or initiate anything. Just send your love and good vibes and wait. Witness whatever happens. Be patient as you may need to wait a while, and say hello a few more times before signs of life emerge. There's that living life emerges. When they do notice, learn and draw self confidence from whatever sound, gesture, feeling, or insight this living dream interaction inspires in you. So, the nocturnal insight, it says your dreaming mind doesn't have the restrictions or inhibitions that your waking mind has. There we go. We talked about that, right? Seven of Swords. The thoughts and beliefs that steal from us. It isn't constrained by the need to be logical or to make sense, and can therefore draw connections from things that seem unrelated when you're awake. Can also boldly conjure up things that you're not admitting to yourself or not acknowledging in your waking life. Another trick up its sleeve is its incredible ability to dig back into your past and find experiences or feelings there that parallel what is happening to you currently, but you may not be aware of the revealing and helpful correlation. Given this censored, infinitely wise nature of your dreams, hidden or suppressed emotions that are creating blocks in your waking life tend to appear in your dreams as striking, often distressing images or even nightmares. You've been having some nightmares, eh? If you can recognize the source or reason for these images, you can then start to understand yourself and your waking life better. The practice of listening to and actively interacting with your dream images as if they were alive can help you identify any fears and issues that are holding you back in your waking life. And from there, you can take positive steps to heal or complete yourself from the inside out. So we probably were going, well, how do I know what those Seven of Swords thoughts are? The dreams are going to tell you, right? Whether through daydreaming, as this ritual encourages, or lucid dreaming, consciously re entering your dream landscape and interacting with everything that populates it in a calm and loving way gives you an out of this world opportunity to recognize and heal wounded aspects of yourself. There you go, the world card into the fool card. And as you become more confident, wandering in the living world of your dreams, you will naturally bring that newly discovered confidence and the inner strength that always goes with self confidence out into your waking world. Your mantra, my dreams talk to me all the time. I love that. So that is what they have for you for number one. And we just do one of these per person per session for donations because they are a little longer, but I have to listen to spirit, you know? You know what I'm saying? All right, so that's number 1. Number 2 is 3353, all these threes. So here's your number 2. Whoops, didn't mean to put a plus sign there, but let's just redo it, just in case that influences anything. Okay, there we go. So for number 2, learning data business analyst. Cheers, everybody. Take a sip here. Okay. So, how is this path for you for the data business analyst technology? All right. And how is, say, will you get opportunities from that? Okay. Thank you. And then, is there something else? Because, of course, with spirit, there's no shoulds, but is there something else that can bring you something um, more abundant to you, both emotionally, energetically, mentally, financially, physically, right? I do feel like you're going to be getting a lot of clarity around this very soon. Wow, yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Is that it? Okay. Because you got the ace of swords, the page of swords, and the two of swords. So there's a lot of clarity that these two bring in, but the two of swords is also it shows you two paths that come up. One that's like, well, I guess I can do what I've always done, but that sun card from your first one, you'll just end up here. Look, he's even brought this when I shuffled it, brought these 2 back together, the codependent partnership and the versus the sun, the one that will make you feel bright and wonderful. And that's amazing that they brought those cards in to explain the 2 of swords, which is being at the crossroads and going, "Okay, which way am I gonna go here?" Right? And that's why I feel like the clarity will come in because you're gonna see how, well, I can go and do what's safe and go back into this, abusive companies that just they don't, um they want you to give everything, but when you need something, then they're like, "Oh, well, you're replaceable," you know, not, you know, um, appreciation and that kind of energy, right? But 'cause that's I feel like you'll be heading into. Let's see here. How's this path with the data business analyst here for you? We got the King of Cups. It does bring in a balance between the head and the heart. It feels like it's more because I feel like this dragon is something you travel on. I saw. Do you ever remember the Never-Ending Story when they rode on that big flying dog with the flappy ears? I think that was the one that had that in there. But but that's what I was seeing here. It's a way to get you where you will end up, going in. So I feel like it's more of a transportation than it is the end all be all ultimate destination. Will it get you opportunities? Yeah, it will. You have the Empress energy. I was just talking about that with all the threes, the Empress energy, and the full moon coming up on 3/3 is also standing out. But so there is this abundance, but the Empress card, beneath the surface, there's a bunch of emotional energy, the heart again coming in going, yeah, it gets you opportunities in the physical world, but there's still this emotional need below the surface. Yeah, you've got the 9 of coins, so 9 of pentacles, it does bring you this feeling of abundance in the outside world with that. But you have the Judgment card. This being called to a different place, right? The Judgment card is like your higher self drawing you somewhere else. And the Queen of Swords, which is again this balance between head and heart, like the King of Cups. It feels like it'll calm the battle between your head and your heart down momentarily, but the heart will eventually rebel again. Um, because I feel like you'll end up going to a different place. And this options you're going to have is one, follow the brain, go back into the same type of company and stuff. It's not going to, I don't feel like it's going to be cognizant. I think it's going to be a different company. That's going to, see that opportunity and go, well, I could always do that. But it's like the heart's like, no, not again. I don't want to go back there. I want to go here. It's like, if you live in a desert town and you're like you wanna live in a mountain town with lakes and, beautiful trees and stuff, and there's an opportunity, "Oh, here's another one in another desert town," and your heart's like, "I don't wanna move to a desert town. I wanna move to the mountains. I wanna go this direction," meaning the dreams. I'm gonna follow my dreams, not, do what's expected and end up feeling like I'm in a barren desert again, right? So what is this other thing? Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, from your first reading, the Queen of Cups, the thing that is your heart, following your heart, and it brings you a lot of energy. Here's your heart and your passions represented in 2 cards. Following something that makes your heart want to sing and dance, right? You got the 7 of Wands, yeah, again, that energy, being true to your authentic self, standing tall like the sun, not dimming your light, not, asking permission to shine, but being true to who you wanna be and what you wanna do, not, just a job, um, it's what is the purpose behind what you're wanting to do, right? And then you have the Knight of Swords and the Page of Coins. Yeah, this is an adventure. This is a I feel like if you don't know what that is, with the Knight of Swords, that's a quest of clarity, and the Page of Coins too, the Page of Pentacles. which is an energy, a heightened opportunity, and it's about a new way of looking at your worth in relationship to the outside world, and it makes total sense. You even got the Two of Wands on the bottom, which is, of course, power of choice. Where do you want to do? You got the Two of Swords and the Two of Wands. So you definitely are going to be set with the choice of going and back and just doing what you've always done, just with a different company, or it's time to break free and follow something that aligns with your heart and your passion, where it's drawing you. And again, if you don't know what that is, then it's time to break free from that mind that has you so pinned down to that it has to be a certain thing. And it's like, I'm going to explore, I'm going to figure out what makes my heart sing, what makes my heart want to dance, right? And then your yin yang fortune cookie says forgiveness. There's this apology energy here. And it says guilt. Yeah. Wants to speak their heart, compassion, emotional, and confession. And I feel as soon as I saw this, I feel like this is you apologizing to your heart for not, it's like the mind was abusing the heart and bullying the heart. And it's like apologizing, going, sorry, heart, that I didn't follow you and we were only following the mind, right? So hopefully that brings some clarity there. I know the adventure begins. All right, so that's what they have for those two for you. So many blessings, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you again for your dual donations. Take another quick sip here. Cheers, everybody. All right. Yum, yum, yum. All right. So, Jojo, you are up first. Not up first, but up next at 4229. So, there's the first one there. And you said, did you actually meet a unicorn when you did the meditation yesterday? You felt your forehead buzzing strongly like a horn. Boom. They probably ran into your forehead, which unicorns do. Let's take a look here in a spiritual energy kind of way. Let's see what they want you to know here. All right. How interesting that, we got the Two of Wands and you got the Six of Wands too, because I feel like it's this energy of twos is coming through here. And I feel like you met two of them, and it does feel like twin unicorns. And it makes sense. We got two cards, and one card. Because I feel like one is one is from the other, and then, um, we've got here this other card is the reason for it's like they did activate, you know, that spiritual horn, that we have there. So, I like that. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, actually, that is, when we're in meditation, we can have all sorts of third eye, right? All sorts of beautiful connections with people on the other side and beings and animal spirits and animal guides and all sorts of ethereal beings will come through, and they, there are collectives that form themselves in all sorts of things, and so I love, that our ability, how imaginative humans are, it's nothing compared to the universe, so I love that. So let's take it. She had twin unicorns. The first one, they would be the oldest that was born 15 minutes earlier than the second one. Yeah. So we got the Ace of Wands stepping into the power and the Seven of Swords. Yeah. The first one, their message and their energy they were giving you with their magic wand, their horn, was to help you look past and kind of, they're showing me like there was a mindset that was like concrete. It was hard to get past this thought that you've had for a very long time. And it could be an underlying thought that you're not even aware of, but I just see them pretending they're a bull and they charged at it with their horn to crack it, to open it up, to make it bite size in small sizes so that you can get rid of it. Because 'Cause they're like, when you take this huge thought that's blocking you, they're like, if you just break it into small pieces, they're saying it's like an elephant. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time, not fully. And I feel like that's what they were doing. The first one, the oldest one, was like, I broke through so you could release an old mindset that doesn't serve you anymore. And they said that your mental inner child was asking for it. They were they were waving red in front of it like a bull. "Come on, come on, come and break this. We need to break through this. It's been here for a long time." So, I like that. And then the baby between the 2 of them. Yeah, then once they, cracked it and broke through it, then the second one was helping you with the 4 of swords and the 8 of swords, which is letting go and releasing those thoughts and beliefs, which is what the even number, cards do for the in the minor arcana. They're about flow and movement kind of energies. So I like this, this letting go of thoughts and beliefs that don't serve you anymore. And then, yeah, then the reason why it was you were feeling this pressure and stuff here, you have the Empress, which is the healing salve in a way. This is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself here. And I like this because they were like, yeah, afterwards, this was the kind of putting things together, putting things in this. It's almost like they're showing me what is this? Like, it's something that's, oh, like skin. You know how it gets rough? It's like they were putting to smooth out the edges of where the thing was removed to help heal, because you're gonna have that mental space for something else that's coming your way, but they were clearing this away and preparing it, here for what's coming, because there is this creativity, energy that's coming in. Yeah, and this did have something to do with your dreams, and because a lot of this creativity of the number 3 and the Empress, it's like the creatress, but, it does have to do with something with the collective that you're a part of through acting and singing, and that they were letting go of an old mindset. So hopefully that resonates. Let's see what your dream ritual oracle is. I haven't used this deck in a long time. It just came across here. You're here. Hello. Let's see if there's a unicorn card in here. Well, nope, but it is very appropriate. You got the freedom up, up, up in a beautiful balloon. Freedom. Setting you free from this mindset, right? So let's see here. Let me find it in here. This one has like, there it is, different sections in it. So the lunar power that comes in says the full moon is a time of heightened sensitivity and awareness, as well as increased likelihood of more vivid dreaming. It's especially important during this time to protect your boundaries and to choose feelings of joy, love, gratitude, and incubate more liberating and uplifting dreams. The ritual is incubating a positive dream. So it says before you go to sleep at night, or before you go back to sleep tonight, tell yourself that you're going to fly in your dreams. Write down your intention to dream about flying on a piece of paper. Put that piece of paper under your pillow. Oh, I love to fly to my dreams. I'm gonna have to do this. On waking, recall your dreams and write them down. Hopefully, you'll have felt the liberation of dream flying. But if you can't recall any dreams, trust that you did fly in your dreams. If you had dreams but didn't get a chance to fly in them, repeat this ritual until you grow your dream wings. I love this. Yeah, they were ready to meet you. And it's funny, were they, Pegasus unicorns or just unicorns? 'Cause I thought they had wings. What I was seeing was, like, Pegasus unicorns. They weren't just regular unicorns from what I was seeing. Forehead buzzing. Bzz. I love it. So the Nocturnal Insight says, according to noted Austrian psychologist Alfred Adler, who lived from 1870 to 1937, dreams are all about wish fulfillment because they allow the dreamer to have skills or powers that are not possible in waking life. It is the feelings that the dream arouses that is the purpose of dreaming. There are many schools of dream interpretation with different perspectives and approaches on how to best approach dream work, but few would disagree that the feelings a dream inspires are an integral part of its interpretation. Indeed, zoning in on the feelings you wake with as a catalyst for clearer recall, as once you reflect on the feeling, chances are related images, symbols, and impressions will surface. This is because emotions are the driving force, the building blocks of your dreams. Every time you invest emotionally in your waking life or deny an intense emotion, you can rest assured your dreams will serve that emotion right back to you in a fantastical night vision. The emotions you choose to feel first thing can set the tone for the day ahead. So choose your emotions and your dreams wisely. Frustration is the most commonly reported dream emotion, and it can show up in common dream themes such as falling. If you dream you're falling from a great height, it suggests you may be feeling unsupported in some way in your waking life or that you are headed in the wrong direction. Time to course correct. Simply noticing your dream emotion when you wake up is a cathartic and helpful experience, whether that emotion is positive or negative. While negative feelings do tend to appear more in dreams than positive ones, you can and should incubate dreams that fill you with joy. Flying is one of those dreams. It is the ultimate dream high. When you have a flying dream, you will wake up feeling amazing, and for good reason. Flying dreams are proven to be great news for your brain, and they are often accompanied by positive emotions. Wow. Your mantra, I can fly if I want to. There's an old song, but it's I can fly if I want to. That's not what it is. It's about you can leave your cares behind, but it's I like that. I can fly if I want to. So that is for your first one. For your second one, we'll just have a yin yang card, but that one dives deep in there. So I love that dream connection there. So hopefully that resonated for you. And then number two for you, we got 5414. Got those there. So thank you for your additional donation. And you want to know what's your connection with Al? All right. So cheers. Cheers, cheers. Oop, and some people came in. I'll shout out here, give you a shout out here next. And Marissa, if you're here, you're up next. I don't see your question yet, so be sure to pop that out there. All right. So, what is your connection with L, Jojo? What is your connection with L? These and these, and this one, and this one. All right. What do we got here? No connection. Get to your room. No, I'm just kidding. It's the Hermit card. That's an interesting card to come up here to say, no connection in this lifetime. You're they're not, that's funny. They're like, "No, no, no." Um, but I feel like that's they're saying there with it, yeah, it's not a man. What? Well, it doesn't matter anyway, but, it feels here with the 9 of Pentacles, it's like that's more of a connection to through spirit than it is through the physical world with the Hermit there. But let's see, that's the bottom of the deck. Well, okay, so you got the High Priestess too. So more of a spiritual connection because the high priestess goes away into our high priestess temple alone, connects with spirit, looks behind the veil, dives deep into the emotions and that type of thing. So you got the hermit and the high priestess. Those are both hermity energies, alone energies, but it's very spiritual energy. So there is a spiritual connection that's there. Let's see what this is here. Yeah, you got the three of wands. It's like this change of direction. And you got the Page of Cups and the Four of Wands. I do feel like you were married in a past life here, right? Very much other physically. Yeah, so there is this energy here because the Four of Wands is the marriage card and the Page of Cups is a higher vibration energy. I do feel like you guys would have had like there is like a past life connection of marriage and of love, not just an arranged marriage from a past lifetime, but there was heightened love there. So it was a very strong emotional connection. But I feel like it is past life energy. What else do we got here? These four came out together. You got the Knight of Swords. It's funny, and you got the Nine of Coins, which is again like the Hermit card for me, the Nine of Pentacles. You got the Queen of Wands, which would be again this connection like the High Priestess card. So very, very big spiritual energies. It's interesting that you got this in your last one with the Four of Swords from the second unicorn. And so there is something in relation to this here. It's about because that Knight of Swords is the quest of truth and clarity. And there's something about what they're busting through and letting go of has to do with um, the past life connection with them, but they're all working in cahoots. I feel the higher self of that person, of L, is working in cahoots with them. That's coming in here, right? Um, let's see here. You also have, yeah, the Five of Coins and the Six of Coins. Okay. Yeah, something, of course, to do with the belief in lack of not being enough, not having enough, the fear of being abandoned, being left out in the cold. The Six of Coins, it's progression. It's helping you move from one feeling to another one, right? With unicorns. Yeah, yeah, the higher self is working, and I feel like the unicorns came in as like a special unit, just to help you get past this barrier thing and that higher self because their higher self, you still have this connection from past lifetime. And I feel like the reason they're bringing it all in is this there was a significant interaction in a past lifetime that laid the foundation of this crusty old thought that that kind of solidified and that's why they're using this lifetime. And I feel like that's why they wanna help too. They're like, "Well, I was there in the beginning when these thoughts started to form of lack and not being enough, not having enough, feeling abandoned. Because I feel like they probably I don't feel like they left you for someone, I feel like they died in a past lifetime, and that made you feel, like, abandoned and left behind, and you lost everything. Um, so I feel like that's part of this, clearing a way to help you progress to another stage here, so that I feel like they're working in cahoots. As the higher self, though, not as, like, as the physical person. I don't with all this hermit energy and the high priestess, it feels like there's not a physical significance in this lifetime. It's more their higher self, and you're feeling that familiarity through the past life energy. But I don't feel like it's meant to be, anything in this physical world interactions, more of the spiritual, emotional kind of area there. See what else they have here for your other fortune cookie here. Interesting, right? Well, it's right in time with for all this, eclipse, new moon, all this energy that's going on. It's very much there. Yeah. Well, it makes sense here. Loss, wounded, not feeling enough, missing someone, left out in the cold. You can't make this up. You just can't make it up. Those were the exact words that I use with the Five of Pentacles. Feeling abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold, not enough. So, oh my gosh, I just have to make sure it's recorded for purposes here. So, that's what you're working through. That's the connection. Wow. Isn't that amazing? I just love spirit. So, there you go. That's what they got for you, my friend. So, thank you again for your donations, and I love, thank you for sharing your unicorn energy with us because I love when I get to connect with them, and I just love their whimsical, sassy, very caring, very loving, very strong and powerful energy. It's just like this wonderful energy that we get to feel. So I like that. Yeah. And click click. I just love how it's all related. How fun. So thank you again, my dear. So grateful. All righty. Let's do some more shout outs and we'll get back in here. So, just in case, Marissa Smith, if you're in the house, make sure to pop out your question there since you're up next. If not, I'll skip you and come back in when you do. Because I'm usually, I don't know, sometimes you ask for a general reading, but I feel like you have a specific question today for some reason. Maybe you don't. All right. Oh, you posted it. When? Let me find you here. I see where you say I donated. Maybe YouTube, is keeping it a secret. Oh, okay. I don't know. Sometimes, I feel like YouTube's just trying to steal all my Zen friends from me, They're like, "No, that's our little secret." I'm like, "No, they were asking me." So thank you, Marissa. For some reason, it didn't post on my side, so it happens occasionally, but, I gotcha. So thank you for reposting, and, yes, and let me refresh this little my inbox here. There they are. And let me just check timestamps here. Okay. Yes. So thank you, Tavi. I do have your donation via the Cash app as well. Get you on the list here. And Fairy Tale Nehal, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. And a star seed, which is Ashel, I believe. So I got you. Hello, hello. All right. And then Sean G, I did get your donation via Zcash app as well, right before Tavi there. And see, Tavi, did you put your, let's see, show pictures. So, Tavi, if you didn't put out your question, just put it out at your convenience. We'll get to you here in a momentito. but, just to save time in case you did put it and it didn't show up, I don't see it anywhere, so just in case you wanna put it out there. Alright, let me continue, make sure I got everyone here. Oh, Helga. Hey, Helga, good to see you. Sorry I didn't say hello to you earlier. I got all into the readings. I was all about these unicorns and this past life stuff. I just get excited. Alright, and then, of course, we had just Alice came in. So, hey, Alice. You were right after footwork here. Alright. I think that's everyone. All right. Let me just do one quick run here. Make sure I didn't like get skip over anyone. I think we're good here. Skip this thingy. There we go. All right. There you go. Okay, thank you, Tavi. I do see your questions. So we got those. I think I got all the questions. All right. So thank you guys for your patience in getting to all the readings. I haven't done any free readings yet. We're still doing donations. So we have Marissa Smith up next, then Maria P, then Footwork Val, and then just Alice, then Shanji, and then Tavi is where we're at on donations. All right. So take another quick sip. We'll dive back in. Thank you guys. Yum, yum. All right. So Marissa 10715, thank you so much for your donation via the PayPal. There's your timestamp. And like a general for the rest of the month. All right, let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know for the rest of February? It's flying by. I can't believe it's the 18th already. Before we know it, we'll be in March. Zoom, zoom. All right. So, bottom of the deck here, you do have the King of Cups here. Very balancing energy between the head and the heart. You have a little bit of, you got the Justice card as well underneath it, which usually has scales on it. And there's a lot of mental clarity. And that makes sense because the King of Cups rules over cups, but gets swords behind the scenes that balances out their emotions. And here is the Justice card that usually has the Ace of Swords balancing the mind, seeing things from a different perspective, cutting away some old ways of thinking. So there definitely is some change of mindset energy that's coming in, coming in here. Let's see what this is about. So you've got the Nine of Swords and the Knight of Wands. So we just moved into the fire horse year, and that, Knight of Wands kind of represents that fire horse energy. And the Nine of Swords here it represents nightmare and insomnia card energy. And it'd be interesting what we get in the dream ritual oracle when we get to that here for you, because there's this your dreams are bringing things up that are ready to be burnt away and ready to move past so that you can move forward, so that you can get and go in a direction that you've been wanting to go to. But, it's like when our fears are greater than the uncomfortable feeling of following our dreams, we don't act. But when that ugly feeling of not following our dreams outweighs our fears, boom, boom, boom. And that's what I feel's coming in here with this, is that this fire energy and these eclipses are just ready for these. It's giving you all this energy. Like, I can't stand it anymore. I've got to move. I've got to move on these things. I can't just sit around waiting anymore. It just feels like you're ready for this action. Let's see what this is around here, if they'll tell us here. Well, yeah, you got the Queen of Swords, which is the counterpart of the King of Cups. I know it seems weird, but they um, both are balancing energy between the head and the heart, because the Queen of Swords rolls with the King of Swords over mind, but behind the scenes, all queens have cups. The King of Cups rolls over emotion with the Queen of Cups, but behind the scenes, he's got the swords, so it's that opposites, but they have this unknown connection that no one else can see. But there's this balancing energy, with that, and I'm getting the inkling, that this has to do with, like, finding someone who is compatible, that doesn't seem compatible on the surface, but it's letting go of some mindsets that we realize because when we're like, "Oh, it has to be this person with this, this, and this, and this," but when we open up our minds and clear away those expectations, we might meet someone that we would think, "I normally wouldn't have given them the time of the day, but now that I'm in this stage of my life, I'm like, ah, what can it hurt to have a cup of coffee or just to chat with them?" And then you realize, "Oh my god, I would never have guessed that, behind the scenes, there we have a lot in common." And they wouldn't think that looking at you, like, you wouldn't have been the normal person that they would have, but behind the scenes, you've got this, it's like you come across as an emotional person, but behind the scenes, you geek out, and they are a geek, but behind the scenes, they're emotional. And it's like, wow, who would have thunk, They're like, once people get to know both of you, they'd be like, "Oh, I can see it now." But on the surface, I don't think, like, you guys each would see it and they would see it. So a lot of clarity I feel coming in here and opening of the mind here. Okay, yeah, and then I do feel like it has to do with love here, with the Page of Cups coming in, a heightened love, a love like you haven't had before, because it's not gonna be on the list. It's not gonna be something that fits in the box. So I like that. Let's see what unfolds here. Got the Page of Wands. It is about action, action, movement, movement, but I feel like this is doing something that you love to do, like a hobby. Not, how we can make finding love our hobby. No, this is about doing something else. It's funny because we do that. We're like, "Oh, this is what I do." Everything is to find love. That is what we all do in our life anyway. We're all in search of higher love, but we tend to look for it out here. But this is about following a passion. Do something you love that you do. It's like, let's say it's that scenario just for the sake of keeping things the same. Like if you're an emotional person, but you are a nerd behind the scenes, and this person's a nerd to the world, but behind the scenes, very emotional, connected and empathic and different things. You're like, I'm gonna go to Comic Con, and I'm gonna go geek out, and so you go, and that's where you guys bump into each other because you're doing something you love, and you're just like, "Oh my god," and they're feeling the same way. They're doing something they love, and then there's a spark, right? So I love that. And you have the Knight of Cups, yeah, movement of romance happens while you're living that. These 3 cards came out together. Yep, letting go of all the expectations, not trying to be who you think you're supposed to be and that this other person's supposed to be this. It's getting out of the rules of all the supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be, and just going with the flow here. Yeah, because you do have the hermit energy here, um, and there is this energy of it's interesting that I feel like they're a bit of a hermit, um, but it would be like something like, yeah, this feels like a new person, because it feels like they wouldn't be normally, like, at a party, or big things, but Comic-Con, like, in the example I have, and it doesn't necessarily need to be all that unless you are a big nerd behind the scenes, but it's like which a nerd is totally fine, or a geek, it's alright. But they would normally not go to something, but because it's their passion and it's your passion, that's how you guys meet. I feel like it says here, that you would not meet, otherwise if you don't go to something that you're passionate about, because it takes something very big for them to kinda be in situations where there's a lot of people because they are, um, very introverted, you know. So very interesting with that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in with the dream ritual oracle. But I feel like you might not meet them in these last, but I feel like that's what all this is changing. It's opening your mind to have you at least plan something that you're gonna go attend or do that, um, just is like your passion kind of energy. What do you have here? Yeah, you got patience, so it will unfold into the emotional pond here, but, I feel like you're gonna be doing the planning, of it now. Sorry, these are all in, different places. There we go. So patience, I know. Perseverance, it's a part of it here. But the lunar power, so when the moon is in her waxing phase, the gradual movement each night toward her full moon revelation can sometimes feel as it is taking forever. But progress is being made slowly and steadily. This dream ritual reminds you that when it comes to your dream work, patience and timing are key. Good things come to those dreamers who persist and endure and trust the bigger picture of their dreams. Ooh, I like that. Oh. Well, maybe you do, you know, because what if you end up sitting back next to them and they're like, um "Is this seat taken?" And you're like, "No, I'm here by myself." And he goes, "Me too." And you're like, "My friends never wanna go to these things." He goes, "Mine either." You know? Um, "'Cause I wanna go see that too." And you're like, "I do too." And you're like, "You wanna go see it after this one?" And you're like, "Let's do it. Let's do a double feature." Or like, "Yeah." It could be something like that. So but it's about doing something you love and your passion, right? Okay, anyway. So the ritual, connecting your dreams to your waking life. On waking, write down and or draw your dreams in your dream journal. And once you've written your dreams down, do not decode or reflect on them in any way. Simply give thanks for them and then get on with your day. If there was no clear dream recall, don't worry. Simply write down that you don't have any recall, but trust that when you're ready, dream recall will come and it will be fun. Every morning moving forward, continue to write down your dreams in your journal until you have at least 7 dreams written down. Scream 7. 7 nightmares. You can't make it up. I would just say, "I'm going. Get out of my way, everyone." Once you have hit your target of 7 dreams, set aside 10 to 15 minutes before you go to bed to reread and review those 7 dreams, not in isolation, but in combination. I mean, this is a good ritual and everything to do, but this whole not being alone, not being in isolation, the hermit comes out only for special things, you know? It's like, there you go. It says, as you read, see if you can recognize any connecting themes in those dreams, or if one dream appears to carry on the narrative or comment on another. I like that. So, the nocturnal insight. Your dreams offer a running commentary on your waking life. They reflect your current state of mind clearly. However, sometimes they're best interpreted with the benefit of hindsight or in combination with your other dreams over a period of several days or weeks. One of the biggest mistakes people make in their dream work is focusing on one particularly vivid dream or striking symbol that jumped into their mind on waking. But approaching your dream decoding one dream at a time in this way can have a negative impact. It keeps you stuck in a moment in time or a specific aspect of yourself and doesn't take into account the infinite nature of your dreams. Like every good TV series, sometimes dreams need a lot of episodes or repeated opportunities to express and reveal their message or intention. A repetitive TV series or movie series? Anyway, thinking of a dream you had not in isolation, but as part of a long-running reflection or long-running movie series, uh, on your waking life can create a dramatic shift in your self-awareness and dream work. You will find it easier to observe yourself. It can also help you with those utterly incomprehensible or bizarre dreams that, try as you might with free association and dream decoding techniques, you just can't make any sense of. When you have a pure nonsense dream, don't stress about it. Simply ask your dreaming mind to send you a dream in the following night that will help you understand things better. Maybe you go to a second movie the next night. Anyway, to reap the benefits of your dreams, you need to experience them as a not as a one night stand, but as a committed long term relationship where every night you learn more and fall deeper and deeper in love. Right? I'm just saying, Rissa. But it says your mantra is my night visions are my wise guide. I don't know. There's all this reference here in here about the sevens and the dreams and um, I just love it. I just feel like, you're like, "I'm gonna go to Scream 7 and watch it 10 times until I meet them." No. But that's the kind of thing that's the exact kind of scenario where I feel like suddenly they would be a homebody and stay home, but they're like, "Oh my god, Scream 7 came out. I'm going. Does anyone wanna go?" "No, no, no, fine. I'm gonna go by myself then." Because, like, what a movie, you don't have to talk to anyone anyway, just in the beginning, but I feel like that's where you guys strike up a conversation, um, just by because there's an empty seat next to you, and, uh, and they're excited that someone else uh, doesn't have friends who go to things. "I don't know. Did you wanna go? Would you like to go see this other one?" "When?" "Tomorrow night?" And you're like, "Let's do it," you know? It could be something like that. Anyway, that's what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for your donation. Let us know. Go, go, go. Cheers. With all this dreaming, I thought, maybe it's Nightmare on Elm Street. There's a Nightmare on Elm Street. Um, uh, what do they call it when they play them all at a movie theater? Marathon? What? Say it isn't so. Okay. So we'll continue on. Many blessings, my dear. Keep us in the loop. All right. So 123:38. Oops, that's not right. For Maria P, you are up next. Here is your timestamp. Thank you for your donation via the PayPal. Let me pull that up here. Get your questions queued up. So next up will be Val with footwork and just Alice, Shanji, and then Tavi will be up after that. All right. So Maria, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. All right, thank you. Thoughts and feelings. What's coming for you guys tomorrow? The dark side. Is he trying to leave the dark side? Okay, that'll be the dark side work for you. Lois thoughts on today regarding the emails. Bob's thoughts. Jeff's thoughts. Okay. And then grand aunt recovery. Okay. All right. So Wally's thoughts and feelings here. Wow, we got the strength card and the wheel of fortune. So two very powerful energies here. Of course, strength card, that's Leo fire energy. And the wheel of fortune. They just feel very uh in a great mood today, especially in regards to you anyway. because there is this togetherness, this passion energy that's coming in with this Leo energy here, and it just feels these 8 and 10 numbers very flowing, feels like things are going in a great direction with you. They just feel very in tune, and it feels very stable today. Um, so I just feel like it's good. What's coming out for you guys tomorrow? You got the 10 of coins, 10 of pentacles, abundance, fullness, this wonderful energy. I mean, it's a relationship, one of the relationship cards, but it's a fullness kind of energy, especially like in the physical world. It just feels like things are really going well in the structure of your guys' life, and both of your lives independently and overlapping with each other too. So it looks really good. I mean, it's a very abundant, happy energy. Dark side, is he trying to leave that side? Yep, 10 of swords. Endings and beginnings, trying to get out of the expectations, trying to escape this energy. The 10 of swords usually has someone laying down with 10 swords stuck in their back, exhausted, just tired of living up to all the expectations. So definitely there is that energy. They're just tired of everything not being enough and tired of them demanding. Though, that is a great awareness, right? Going, one of the things he just, it, I don't want to say he hates it, but one of the biggest conflicts in his life was the amount of expectations that the dragon had. Nothing was ever enough. He never got to hear what he was doing well, what they loved, whatever. It was always like, "Oh, you did that, but what about why didn't you do that? Why didn't you do that? When are you gonna do that? When are you gonna do that?" It's not, "You know what I love about you? You know what I appreciate about you?" When we talk about expectations, suck the life out of things. That's the perfect example. That's why, and a lot of the messages he brings is, I wish that you could let go of expectations. In comparison, you're not even close to them. But that's the thing that really bugs them the most, or brings up the most anxiety and conflict, is those expectations, right? Work for you. You got the Ace of Coins. I tell you, you have this abundance energy that keeps coming up whenever we ask about work. I'm like, "Where's the raise?" Bretta Zen says that the raise is overdue. Where's it at? Did you guys forget to put it in? Maybe they're waiting for something to happen at work, um, business-wise, before they can communicate raises, or maybe it's that time of year. Some people wait until February and March in companies to wait for the finish out all the records and see what kind of profit we had so that we can give bonuses or raises or whatever. But it feels like it feels abundant, whatever this is at work. Laura's thoughts on you today regarding emails you exchange. King of Wands. I like this. King of Wands is it's an action energy, but it's like a bridled energy. You know how like a Knight of Wands, if I got the Knight of Wands, it would be like you're jumping the gun, you're snapping back, you're reacting. The King of Wands responds, doesn't react. So it's like, I feel like she noticed that even though it was a quick reply, you were doing quick replies, they were, um, not heated replies, whereas there might have been some in the past. But I feel like she recognizes growth, or other people might do that, and she recognizes the difference. What about Bob? Dr. Bob. 6 of coins, yeah. Abundance, this wonderful, victory energy, this give and receive energy. You usually get something like that from them. They feel like, yeah, it's a partnership. We're give and receive. Good job, kind of energy. Jeff's thoughts, yep, the sun, heat, passion. Another Leo energy, like um Wally over here with the strength card. Both the strength card and the sun card are both um Leo fire energy. But I feel like Jeff is, they're in heat, and they just see that this is something. There's a big attraction energy towards you, especially physically and energetically with that. So, yeah, I warning, warning, warning. It just psh, cut, 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 cut. And then, of course, with your grand aunt's recovery, disclaimer in the description box, I'm not a medical professional. Tarot's for fun, for entertainment purposes. Should always consult those, right? We did the Seven of Swords. Yep, there's a little bit of mental conflict coming in here um, with your grand aunt's recovery here. Has to do with mindset because it's when we get into our head that, especially if we have too much medical information or WebMD and we start looking at stuff, we can get caught up in our mindset. And if our mind continually focuses in on, you know, bad, what's lower, I just feel like that's what is interrupting kind of the recovery. It's making it because it's the card that talks about that our thoughts and mindsets and stories can steal opportunities away from us. It steals from us instead of gives to us. And once we clear out of our mindsets and start focusing on higher vibrational things, laughter, joy, unconditional love, peace, all that, that is what helps us, our bodies. But when we get caught in our fears, that kind of slows things down. So I feel like there's a little bit of a blockage in the mindset that's coming in here. So anything you can do to make her laugh and joy and, can get her mind off of focusing on, because whatever her mind focuses on is what's going to grow. Right. And so it's like, let's focus not on healing, but on health and what am I grateful for and, etc. Right. Let's see what your dream ritual oracle says here. You've got ponder. So some reflection energy. Beautiful little card there. Let's see what ponder brings in here. So the lunar power says, as the light of the waxing moon gradually begins to expand and reach its full illumination, momentum is building energetically. It is the ideal time to focus on one thing or one intention you set during the new moon and consciously, day and night, dream it into existence. The ritual is scrying the possibilities. It says, find a small bowl or large glass and fill it with water. Alternatively, you can draw a circle with a black pen or blank white sheet of paper. Reflect on something you want to experience, do, be, or have. Then gaze, don't stare, at the clear water or blank space. Fill your mind with images of that experience becoming a reality in your waking life. Now visualize the most extreme expression of what you want. Stretch the possibilities of your mind, for example. If you want to be more confident, imagine you are a superhero. See if any image appears on the reflective surface or in your mind's eye and ponder what those images are telling you. If you struggle to create mental imagery, a rare condition called aphantasia, describe out loud to yourself or write down what you want to be, do, or have, and then use hyperbole to stretch the possibilities. Fun exercise. Nocturnal insight. Daydreaming is a source of untapped creative dreaming because you can defy logic and experience things that are not part of your current waking reality, in the same way as when you dream at night. There's also a mysterious and infinite side of daydreaming, too. It is a product of your imagination, and imagination is the source of all creativity and progress. Einstein once said, imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited to all we know and understand, while imagination embraces the entire world and all there ever will be to know or understand. Wow. This ritual is not the mind wandering form of daydreaming that is akin to meditation or mindfulness. It is induced daydreaming. It encourages you to deliberately focus on something you want and then to stretch or push your mind to embrace possibilities. Getting your mind to believe you is the vital starting point for all success. Athletes, artists, writers, and inventors know that deliberately daydreaming about what they want to create or do has life changing power. When you dream about something being possible, you are one step closer to attracting the energy of what you want in your life. This is manifesting, the law of attraction at work. Scrying is an ancient mystical technique, with its most well known method involving the use of a crystal ball. However, you don't need a crystal ball to scry. You can literally use anything with a clear, reflective surface. The theory is that if you gaze for long enough and deliberately ponder what you want to manifest in your life, sooner or later you will see images appearing on the surface of the object or in your mind's eye. You will be dreaming with your eyes wide open, making the impossible feel possible. Wow. And your mantra is, "My dreams come true." I like it. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for the donation. Appreciate it. All right. Let me take a sip here. Cheers, cheers. We'll continue on. All right. So just let everyone know where we at. We have Val up next, and then just Allison, Shanji, and then Tavi. All right. So Val, you're up 136.58. There you are. So you want to know, should you run a spring school or summer or fall? If so, how many days location? All right, let's take a look here. So what we'll do, of course, with spirit, there are no shoulds. Well, that was weird. Um, so what we'll do is we will put the energies of spring, summer, fall, and see what energies come around, and then you can decide. It's like ice cream. What ice cream should I get? Should I get that ice cream or that ice cream or that ice cream? They're like, well, here, taste it. Does that sound something like you would like? And you're like, oh my God, that's so good. And that, no, none of that. So we'll get the energy and see what resonates with you there. And then within those, how many days and location that comes through here too. All right. So let's look at Spring's energy first. Okay, we do want that one and this here. All right. What about summer? All right. 2 for summer, 2. And then what about fall? All right. Got fall here. And then this is the energy under each here as well. All right. So let's see what we got going on here. So for spring, your energy got the King of Swords and the Sun. Yeah, I mean, definitely King of Swords energy is the mind energy. It's all about teaching and higher education kind of energy. And the Sun is victory energy too. So I feel like here spring looks very abundant. It's very supported in the teaching and the learning energy of with spring here. I like that. Let's see here. They're going to tell you how many days and location. I feel like you have the Four of Coins. Well, you have the Empress and the Four of Coins here. So 3 to 4 days. I don't know if that seems like if that's in alignment with how you normally do school, but it's like 3 to 4 days, and the Empress is both the Empress and the Four of Coins is at home, not in your house, but I feel like whatever feels like home, because the Four of Pentacles is the four walls. The Empress is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy. So if those cards represent anything to you, like you're like, oh yeah, one of the places is Mother, blah, 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 blah. You're like, well, there you go. So, um, so there's that energy there. Yeah, yeah, the sun card would be a victory, would be abundance energy. So it feels like it's you make they're saying that the energy you would experience is you feel like it's successful and abundant by that, right? Of course, I'm not tarot is for fun. I'm not a, not as the disclaimer says, future things are not guaranteed, but based on current energies, this is what we're looking at, right? And then summer, you've got the 8 of swords and the 3 of coins. Yeah. 8 of swords, again, movement of thought. And this is also supported, not as big as spring, but still the 3 of coins. And you got the 4 of coins on the other one. So this is this creative way of doing something. I feel like you would have to get more creative with the summer one, um, and do things kinda unique and different in that one. Um, yeah, you've got the World card and the Knight of Cups, and it's interesting energies because the the World card is card number 21, the Knight of Cups would be card number 12. So it's like 2-1-1-2. I don't know if this is like, it almost feels like the summer one would be like for some reason, I thought this spring school would be like a block, like over a long weekend, like 3 to 4 days all together. This one almost feels like it's a staggered, like every Saturday, it's almost doesn't feel like it's a all together, if that makes sense. Because this feels like it flows, that it goes over time, and it, it doesn't so it doesn't feel like it's in, like, a block. It feels like it's, like I said, click, 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 click. Um, Location with this one, I really feel here because the World card, again, a victory card here on the bottom, but Knight of Cups is like, it's something somewhere that you love personally, because this Knight of Cups is someplace that moves your heart. It's like, "Oh, I love that place. I wanna do it there." Um, Something somewhere that's close to your heart is kind of what I'm getting with that. And then fall, you got the 8 of Wands and the Judgment card here. I feel like fall doesn't really happen here. The Judgment card is like you're being called somewhere else. The 8 of Wands is something that comes in swiftly and quickly, and yeah, 3 of Swords, um, so there's disappointment energy here for the fall one. So based on current energies, I feel like you you end up going to do something. It's like you're called to help somewhere or called to do something in fall that you can't, like, you wouldn't have the time anyway, but I feel like it's all good because I feel like you're being drawn somewhere else, um, and it wouldn't have done very well, for that one. So, looks like spring, big, summer, kind of alternate, being creative on how you do it, still looks successful, and but fall kind of has an energy of, I feel like you're gonna end up doing something different where you wouldn't have the time to do it the way you'd want it to do it anyway. So I like that for you, and we'll see here what your dream ritual oracle says too. So hopefully that helps. Let me just put these cards back in here. There we go. So let's see what your oracle says. It's this one right here, and you got this revisit energy. Beautiful card. See, there's your house. Are you gonna do it at your house? No. I don't want everyone to come over to my house. You just need to, build a pond so you can teach people to skate, right? Let's see here. Sorry, I just need to find which section it's in here. Must be in this one. Yep, there it is. So it's interesting that the qualities of this card about rediscovering, reigniting, revising, reevaluating, and the unexpected energy, right? So the lunar power says just as the waning moon reveals only part of your light, let this moon phase remind you that your dreams are elusive and never predictable. They're going to shine a nightlight into your shadows, the things within you that you may be denying, representing, or hiding from understanding or confronting during the day. It's interesting that the ritual is rewrite a dream. And I feel like this is related to your dream and rewriting it to be in more alignment with where you're coming from here. So we'll see what this ritual is. How many hours in spring? I feel like it's because it was 3 to 4 days, that it's, like, over a weekend kind of energy. I just feel like it's, there, um, and it feels like it's split up. You might do, like, 4 in the morning and 4 in the evening, like, if that makes sense? Like, a pocket of 4 hours, from 8 to 12, and then there's a break, and then you have 4 more hours of 2 to 6, like, to give people time to go rest and eat or you have 2 classes. I'm not you know, I feel like, um, I feel like you know what that means. I have no idea what all that means, but it feels like that kind of split shift is what I heard. Yeah. All right. So the rewriting a dream says select a dream you have had recently that alarmed you in some way. It can be a nightmare, or it can simply be a symbol in a dream that you found disturbing or made you feel negative or anxious in some way. Revisit it in your mind's eye and write down on a piece of paper what you can recall in as much detail as possible. If you find that too traumatic, just focus on one element of the dream rather than its entirety. As you write, try to understand what it has to say. Then rewrite the dream so it transforms from a negative story or experience or feeling into a positive and happy one. Choose an uplifting progression or ending for your dream and write that ending in as much detail as you can. Don't let logic, reason, or even time or space stand in your way. Remember, this is your dream and literally anything is possible. I love how this is kind of relating from a sleeping dream to your living dream, right? Don't worry about spelling and grammar. Just take what the dream gave you as a starting point and then let your imagination go wild and transform everything into an unexpected happy ending. Wow. The Nocturnal Insight says, unless we understand and face difficult emotions or experiences, they remain repressed and hidden. In our waking lives, we often avoid confronting what is holding us back for fear of what it might reveal. However, your dreams want you to face your shadow side. That's why if you aren't taking on board the messages being sent to you every night, sometimes your dreaming mind will shock and surprise you with a nightmare scenario because it knows you're more likely to recall it and ponder the meaning. They get our attention, right? And when you do give yourself a chance to revisit a nightmare, you will find that it loses its power. All repressed emotions truly want is to be noticed, understood, and in some cases, loved, so that you can then move forward with a deeper understanding of yourself. This ritual is also transformative because as well as encouraging you to acknowledge your shadow side, it shows you that your shadow doesn't have power over you. You get to choose your thoughts and feelings and influence what happens in your dreams. Indeed, research shows that rewriting nightmares lowers the chances of having them again. Wow. And when it comes to dream decoding, let this ritual inspire you not only to focus on understanding the meaning of happy or positive dreams, but also to pay equal attention to nightmares. Chances are these impressions will have more to teach you because growth doesn't happen in your comfort zone. Ooh, I love it. Your mantra, my dreams delight me. So I like that. So hopefully that helps for you there, Val. That is what they have for you. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. Sounds exciting. All right. Let's take a look here. So it looks like we had some people. So breath of fresh air. Yes, you can have a question. Did you have a specific question or do you want a general reading? Just let me know that. And then Cat Mia. Let's see here. Will you get the perfect eunuch? All right. I'll update. I'll just grab your update here, Catman, add it to your other question and figure it out when we get there. All right. Okie dokie. So we will continue down the list here. Let me get these here for donations. We've got Just Alice up next, then Sean G, and then Tavi is where we're at here. All right. Take another quick sip. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So Alice, you're up. 152.16 is for yours here. Boom, boom, boom. All right. You want to know what kind of person is your interviewer Kara? I was trying to do it all together. Intervera Kara. How does she judge, evaluate candidates, and what kind of candidates does she like? All right. Let's take a look here. So, what kind of person? What do they want you to know about Kara? Okay, got that. I do want that. I want this. I do want that. I do want these. I do want this. And this. I do want this one. And that one. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. Oh, okay. Very nice. Let me just cover up here. I didn't realize some of these have nudity. So we got the Queen of Pentacles on the bottom here. Queen of Coins is what they call it. So Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, abundant energy underlying here. So very down to earth energy with it being coins and pentacles energy too. So I like that. Um, very nurturing kind of person. So very productive person, very successful person. So we like that. That's just the bottom of the deck. The two cards about what kind of person they are. Yeah, they've been there. They've had the 5 of cups. They've had the sorrow, the low vibration emotions. But the Hanged Man, they've also been able to see things from a different perspective and gone through a transformation. So they are a strong individual, and that's where that nurturing mother energy comes in, is that they've been through it and they've worked through it, a lot of stuff in their life, but then they also, because of that, they've got compassion on people for the circumstances that they've been through and where they're at. So we like that compassionate person. So very nice. How does she judge and evaluate candidates? Let's take a look here. So we've got the 6 of Wands, the 3 of Wands. Yeah. 6 of Wands is fair, balanced energy. 3 of Wands is, I feel here that she doesn't like prejudge with that combo, that she looks at it as an opportunity, a win-win to get to know each other, and but it's balanced. I feel like, she understands things, but with this 3 of Wands, it's like, um, they're open-minded and they're willing to change direction based on and I feel like they ask clarifying questions, like, they don't just "da, da, da," and they write it down going, "Well, sucks to be you, you shouldn't have answered it that way." They don't do that, they're understanding, and they'll be like, "So, tell me a little bit more about that situation," or whatever, and because 'cause they're curious, they wanna know, they're not prejudging it, they're genuinely curious, to find out, like, what happened in that, and can you explain a little more about that? Because they wanna make sure they have a clear picture, so I like that. What else? I feel like this is also that. 6 of Cups, Ace of Cups, yeah. So, Ace of Cups, again, from an emotional place, and the 6 of Cups, you have the 6 of Wands and the 6 of Cups, which is pretty cool that that's coming through there because it's a very balanced energy from a balanced emotional place. And again, that Ace of Cups, they do it from a place of, um like, they have this self-love that they've accomplished through their that horrible times they had where they had to overcome it. So, they evaluate in a balanced way, not a defensive way, not with a lot of judgment. They are generally curious, knowing that everyone has had tough times in their life, and they wanna just understand who you are um, to see if it's a good fit for both them and you. Not just, okay, you're a good fit for us, but it's going to suck for you. They want to make sure that this is what you want and that you're clear on what the requirements are and what's expected and vice versa. So I like that. And then what kind of candidates does she like? So yeah, we've got people who are joyful with the 10 of cups, who have feelings, but joy, upbeat, and the strength card, courageous and have their inner strength, confident, confident people, but joyful, confident people, not arrogant. The difference between confidence and arrogance, confidence says, I know what my abilities are, I know how to do it. Arrogance is, I know how to do it better than everyone else. Not arrogance. She does not like arrogance, confidence, and joyful kind of energy. And then also the kind of people, yeah, again, 9 of cups, 10 of cups, people that have this emotional fulfillment, emotionally intelligent people. Um, the justice card, open-minded, willing to learn new things, learning to see things from a different perspective. And then the Knight of Coins, Knight of Pentacles. Patient. People who are patient. Um, yeah, I mean, that's the big thing with I feel like that kind of energy for the kind of people, because it's be patient with yourself and patient with others too. So, hopefully that helps. I like all that. Let's see what your dream ritual card tells you here too. What kind of insights we can get from that. All right. So what we got here for you, Alice? Oop, oh, this one here. Yeah, create. I love it. This reminds me of like the 3 of Pentacles, being true to one's authentic self. And that's a great message because that's they're bringing back to me what they told me in the beginning before I was pulling cards is it doesn't matter what kind of candidate she likes, blah blah. Go in there and be yourself because you being yourself is what will either get you the job or keep you from getting the job. And in either case, it's for you. So I like that. All right. So let's take a look here. Create says the new moon energy is one of learning and the feeling, the eagerness of things yet to manifest. It's a safe place for creative intentions and ideas to simply float and swirl around and linger a while to see if any build momentum. It's a good time to surprise yourself with your own creativity and the astonishingly clever symbolic expression of that creativity in your dreams. Ooh. So the ritual is express your dreams. Find a piece of blank paper and a pen or pencil. If you have them, several different colored pencils as well would be ideal. Close your eyes and revisit a dream you've had. It doesn't have to be a recent one. It can be one you remember from your childhood or any memorable dream you've had in the past. Now choose a theme, image, symbol, character, place, or anything that was most memorable about that dream and have a go at drawing it. You aren't creating a work of art here. This is just for you. So take as long as you need. Then, using what you have drawn as your starting point, write down anything, literally anything that you associate with that dream image. Don't hold back. Write about, it says, write without judgment. Kind of reminds me, she doesn't have judgment. You don't have to tell a story either. What you write may be totally random. The most important thing is the associations, connections, and imaginative leaps writing inspires in you. And close this ritual by thanking your dreaming mind for stimulating your creativity. I love that. The Nocturnal Insight says if you don't think you are a creative person, your dreams prove otherwise. Not everyone has the same level of artistic talent, but we all have brilliant night visions. In your dreams, you are the ultimate artist. There is a proven link between creativity and vivid dreaming. Making space for more creativity will boost your dream recall and interpretation because your dreams reflect and comment on your waking life. Creativity is a great way to express yourself and develop self confidence. Here's that confidence, not self arrogance, right? It's also tremendous fun. Hopefully, drawing your dream will make you feel like a child again when you played around spontaneously with art supplies. Just as with dream recall, if you constantly tell yourself that you're not creative, sooner or later, your mind will believe you. Wow. You are cutting yourself off from your imagination. You are also closing the door to dream recall, as dreams are the product of your unchained imagination. Let this dream drawing ritual also inspire you to be highly creative in other ways. Doodle when you can, put on some music and dance, visit art galleries and museums. Avoid becoming creature of habit. Remember, the more you incorporate creativity and open-minded perspectives, there's that open-minded too, into your daily life, the more creative your night visions will be as your dreams and walking life complete each other. It's funny how a lot of the stuff we talked about, what kind of person they look for in a candidate, was mentioned in here. In the morning when you wake up, as well as jotting down key themes and words you recall from your dreams, start sketching whatever dream impressions you can recall as well. You may even want to give your dream sketches a title. The acclaimed surrealist artist Salvador Dali once called his astonishing images photographs of his dreams. What are your dream photographs revealing to you? Interesting, right? Your mantra, I am the artist of my dreams and my life. There you go. Creation, creation, creation. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Hopefully that helps. Put your mind at ease, but just go be you. You are the one creating your life, not someone else, right? So I like that energy. All right. So many, many blessings to you. All right. Let's see. We got Andrea 54 Hector in the house. Hey, Andrea. Good to see you. All right. Let's grab your free question, add you onto the list here. We got Ashvin Ray in the house too. Thank you for your donation. We'll get you added onto the list there as well. All right. So for the donations, we have Sean G up next, then Tavi, and then Ashvin. You'll be up after that. And we're at 2 hours and 5 minutes. So around 2.5 hours, I will break away from donations to complete at least 30 minutes of free readings. And then if there's any donations, I return back to those to finish those out. Um, and then once I'm done with those, I go back and finish out all the free readings. As long as my energy holds, which it has been. So, cheers, cheers. Take another sip. Ooh, that's getting hot. Turn that heat down. There's hardly any coffee left. All right. So, Sean G, you are up 205.55. Look at that. All these fives coming in. So, thank you for your donation via Zcash app. Hey, I think I saw your Yep. Hey, so let's see here. You still haven't finished paying for your art fair booth. Your check is late. Your check is late. Do I also haven't been able to prepare? How will things work out? You want to quit. I won't lie. Uh-oh. Well, let's take a look here. Let's see what energy they bring in here for you. So, based on current energies, how will things work out here? All right. We've got these here. And this is an art fair booth. This isn't that other thing that you're going to, right? This is something different. This isn't the gallery, etc., etc. Yeah. I don't think your heart is in this thing here, right? The bottom of the deck, it makes sense here, expectations equal disappointment. Oh, this is the gallery show. Wow. Yeah. So this is what's underneath the surface is this fear of failure, right? This um fear of success, fear of, what things would mean. So I feel like they wanting you to know here that what's sucking the life out of it is the expectations, right? The mind is the one that's making it a bummer instead of, it's like we're not in our heart, we're in our head. Because the heart doesn't have expectations. It looks at it as, oh, an exciting adventure. The mind's like, oh God, but listen, this and this and this and this needs to happen. What if that doesn't happen? We're in our head, right? So I feel like that's important to know. Let's see here. How will things work out? Yep. I feel like with the Hermit card and the Two of Swords, they're saying that's up to you, right? It depends on which route you go with your mind that's coming in here. Let's see what they have here because I feel like they've got two sets of two cards. This feels like this is going to be the two ways that it could go. And then we have three other cards. We'll see what this is about. But on one side, yeah, we have the Page of Cups and the Tower card, which is this, I feel like this is the fear of something going horribly wrong, um, energy that they're wanting to bring up here. Cause they're like, when you live from your heart, you don't fear outcomes because you're enjoying the journey and the adventure. And it's like when we are focusing in again, when we're in our minds of, well, this and this and this and this needs to happen, we feel like we're behind and we're like, oh my God, it takes all this just to get up to zero. It is exhausting. Expectations are what suck the life out of opportunities, out of relationships, out of everything in our life because it ends up judging what's not happening instead of enjoying what is, right? So I feel like they're, pointing that and yeah, so it's like the 10 of wands is switching the energy from burden to harvest and the full card is letting go of expectations and look at it as a new adventure. and an opportunity. So I feel like there's giving you an option of how you can change the story that's being told by the mind, and then we'll see what the outcome is here with these 3 cards. But I feel like we know where it goes if we get stuck in the disappointment and the expectations, because nothing lives up to those unobtainable expectations that, blow up in our head. But, um, yeah, from the heart, see, yeah, if you choose to switch your heart, I mean, your mind, instead of it controlling your heart, let your heart lead and your mind supports it. You've got you've got the dream come true card, the star card, wishing upon a star, a dream come true. You got the 10 of coins, 10 of pentacles, abundant energy that comes in here. And you have the 8 of coins, 8 of pentacles, which is putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. It gets the reward, but you have to put in the blood, the sweat, the tears, to make it happen. And but it's it feels like the biggest blood and sweat and tear comes from trying to get out of your mind and be in your heart instead. Try not to make it be perfect, because perfect is an expectation that's unobtainable. That's where we face that, disappointment energy that comes in. Um, and look at it as all an expression of your heart. So when you do that, it just feels like boom, a dream come true energy kicks in. But it's when we get in that head, when that fear kicks in of what if this, what if that, what if that doesn't happen, then that's what, kapluis are experience, because we go into fight or flight mode and we see scary dinosaurs instead of seeing life as this joy and what an opportunity. And remember, you get to decide what anything means too. We usually are afraid of what other people would think, right? Not realizing I'm the one that gets to define what it all means. But it's getting out of our head of, oh, these expectations, all this needs to happen in order for this to be mean something, right? Let's see what your dream ritual oracle brings in for you too. Nope, I didn't want those. There it is. All right. Drum roll. Yeah, you got request. Look at the little egg. Is this an egg timer? Ding, 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 ding. Has a little timing on there. Interesting. It's like do what you can, but then ask spirit for the things that are outside of your control. It's almost like also like releasing control energy, right? These are in different sections. Here we go. It's about receiving and visualizing. I love it. So the lunar power, it says there can be no better time to ask your dreaming mind to help you with a specific problem than when the moon is waxing. This is because the moon starts to reach out and express herself in the night sky. And that is exactly what you're doing when you incubate a dream. You are reaching for resolution and moving away from passively hoping for change toward actively experimenting with solutions, and in the process, committing to positive change. This is, of course, talking a lot about dreaming our dream world, but I feel like you can paste this over on your dream come true energy since we got that card, right? Because it's time to incubate your dream. So, the ritual of incubating a dream says write down a problem you want insight for on a piece of paper and place that piece of paper beside your bed with another blank piece of paper and a pen. As you are getting ready for bed, mull over the problem and ways to solve it in your head. Visualize the problem as an image or repeatedly talk to yourself about finding a solution with your thoughts. Before falling asleep, imagine yourself dreaming about the problem. Tell yourself to expect dreams about your question or visualize waking up in the morning with insight on your mind. Upon awakening, lie still and note whatever fragments of a dream are there. Ask for more of the dream to reveal itself. Should there be no recall at all, focus on how you feel. Get up and write down your dream and how you're currently feeling about your problem. The Nocturnal Insight says, dream incubation is a thought technique that aims to induce a specific dream to help you with a desired topic. For example, if you want to dream about a presentation, you ask for a dream about it. If you can't decide whether or not to move house, you ask for a dream to help you answer that question. Sometimes the dream you incubate will reveal brainstorming insights or it will inspire an intuition that pushes you to make a decision. In other words, simply focus your attention on a problem before you go to sleep with the positive expectation your dreams will offer guidance. It is similar to setting the intention to dream with affirmations you repeat to yourself before sleeping, but different in that you are not making a statement for your dreaming mind to simply obey. You are asking your dreaming mind to get to work on a specific issue. Affirmations are powerful because they can change your brain at a cellular level by breaking down negative roadblocks and replacing them with positive ones. However, in this dream incubation ritual, you're not telling your brain to offer you a solution, you're asking your dreaming mind to help. There is a big difference between telling and asking, as your dreaming mind generally works better when you ask rather than command. Questions are a catalyst in a higher form of thought than answers. They stimulate your brain and therefore your dreaming mind more and force it to focus on how to achieve a specific desire or outcome rather than the desire itself. Wow. Your mantra, I find the answers I need in my dreams. Interesting. So hopefully that helps a little bit there. If not, maybe your dreams will. All right. Hang in there, Sean. Yeah. And are you wanting to quit because you fear failure? Is that the fight or flight that we're wanting to run, or are you just over it already? All right. So many blessings, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. Appreciate that. All right. So, Tavi, you are up to 18:26 is your timestamp here. Oh, we had Happy. Hey, Happy. Good to see you. Get you on the free list here, too. All right. So, Tavi, you want to know, will you end up with a Malibu? Oh, and a Malibu as your new car. So based on your current energies, we will take a look here. So thank you for your donation via Zcash app. I thought you were going to say, are you going to end up in Malibu as a new car? I'm like, you mean like in the next lifetime? But I understand now. It's like that question got interesting. All right. So based on current energies, this is some Malibu. What else do you need to know? Yeah, you got the Knight of Wands energy that's here, which is a lot of fast moving energy. We got that fire horse energy, this action, action, action energy that's coming in right now. You got the 9 of Wands, you got the Page of Coins. Underneath here, the Knight of Wands, you've got the Tower, which, and then underneath that, which leads you to the Empress. And then this energy here of the 9 of Wands, which is like a kind of like an obstacle that's coming in here. And, the Page of coins is a new opportunity that unfolds. Yep, this is yours, Tavi. I don't feel like a Malibu works out here. It feels like something falls through and you have a different opportunity that comes up here. Same with the 9 of wands. I feel like you're being held back from that vehicle, and there's the page of coins is a new opportunity. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, it's got the page of swords. So this is new information that comes in, something that feels more you with this magician card. Something that is like an expression of you into the world, which is a funny way to say it. Yeah, underneath that, 9 of cups, more of a dream come true card that comes in here. I feel like there's an opportunity, um, something works its magic that brings in something else that, because I just feel like that doesn't work out, but I feel like it doesn't work out. It's being removed out of there for you. There might just be something not, safe for you with a Malibu that you're being spared from, but you have something else that comes in like a dream come true, so I don't feel like, you'll be mad about it. Maybe at first, kinda, "Oh, man," but then you're like, "Oh, wow, I can have that? I want that." You know? That's like my dream car. "Shut up, really?" Something along those lines. It just feels something more in alignment. Again, something that's just more expressive of who you are, it feels. So, don't feel like a Malibu. Let's see what your dream ritual card says here for you too. Here we go. You've got, yeah, intuition, following the intuition. And we're in Pisces season right now. This is a Pisces symbol of the two fishies. We're actually in Pisces moon energy tonight. So it's like trust your gut, trust your intuition, is what you're kind of being nudged towards here. Um, so it says the waxing phase is a clear symbol of shift and a newfound opportunity to create change. That's exactly what this fundamental dream decoding ritual represents. It's up to you now to tap into your intuition when you decode your dream symbols and drink in the illumination of your always surprising night visions. So this is talking about your night dreams, but these have all been relating to also the living dreams, right? So this is called being a dream detective. Before going to bed, review your dream. And again, this detective, do your research because I feel like there's something with Malibu's that not good for you. Anyway, before going to bed, review your dream journal and the dream recall that you had on waking or a previous dream. Use the technique of association for each symbol, but be aware that every dream impression represents something about you or your waking life. You are stepping into a hall of mirrors. For example, if your mother appears in a dream, you are dreaming about your own maternal instinct or the need to mother yourself. In the great majority of cases, your dream is all about you, capital YOU. So pay attention to your role in the dream. Were you observing or participating? That's a good thing to be aware of. The scenario or setting of your dream hints at its meaning. For example, if you're at school, what do you need to learn? If there is motion or you're in a vehicle, it's funny. This is symbolic of your current progress in life and the direction you're heading in. Are you the driver or are you being driven? All other images in the dream also offer clues to your state of mind. Pay attention to how you feel in the dream. You'll know when you have understood the meaning of your dreams as you will get a sudden aha moment of clarity. If that illumination doesn't come, ask your dreaming mind to give you more clarity the next time you dream. Your dreams don't make sense because they speak to you in a different language. And that is the language of symbols and associations, not the language of waking reality. Symbols, like puns and metaphors, have the potential to tell you much more than words. They are a way for your dreaming mind to express a great deal to you as succinctly as possible. Symbols are things that you associate with other things. For example, a white dove is a symbol of peace. However, the advantage of symbols is that they can have endless meanings and, as well as universal or archetypal common associations, they can also have personal associations. For example, if a dog appears in a dream, is what I heard a dog bark. It is a universal symbol of unconditional love and loyalty, but not for a person who fears dogs. So consider your own personal association first. In times past, our ancestors were very much at ease speaking the language of symbols and looking beneath the surface for deeper meanings. But in modern times, this natural ability has dimmed. Decoding your dreams is a potent way to ignite your intuition and move away from living life on a superficial level to something deeper and more meaningful. Kind of feel like this is also about the car too, is choosing something. You're the driver. What will you enjoy driving? What's your dream? Not what we'll do or this. I feel like this is a change of focusing in on that. It says intuition, also known as gut instinct or sixth sense, is profound insight about yourself and your life that just comes to you. It is independent of logic and your conscious logical thought processes. Highly successful people often credit their hunches as the reason for their success. The more you open your mind to your intuition and trust in its power to guide and inspire your life when you're awake, the more strongly your dreams will speak to you, and the easier it will be for you to decode their symbolic meaning. Dreams and intuition are two sides of the same coin. Wow. Your mantra, I am what I dream. And I feel like they're just referring to this again, this dream come true car is an expression of you, not, well, this is what my mind thinks I should do it. I think, you know, this following your gut, following your instinct energy, rather than your mind, um, is what that you're being nudged to there. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you. Thank you again for your donation. Cheers, cheers. All right. Well, I do. We're still shy of 2.5 hours, but we just have one left. You're welcome, Tavi. So, Ashvin, you are up 227.58. Here is your timestamp. We'll give your donation a love and a like there since it lets me. And you want to know why did Namrite reject your marriage proposal and who is coming towards you? All right, let's take a look here. Alrighty, so let's see here. Why did they reject the marriage proposal? Okay, and then who is coming towards you, right? So first of all, it's an interesting energy because you got 7, 8, 9. You've got this progression energy. We got the 7 of cups. We've got the 8 of swords. And then you have the 9 of cups, which dream come true energy that comes in here. You know, this 7 of cups is really, it jumped out to me immediately about there's so many choices here, and the 8 of swords is an energy of, trying to get beyond thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. So if the energy that comes through and why did she, reject the marriage proposal, it feels like, and it's like twofold this that comes in here, and that's why I feel like it kind of confused a little bit with her energy that I'm picking up. Because on one side, I'm like, I'm getting these emotions of I'm just one, like I'm one of many. I almost feel like I'm what they showed me in my head is this one time when I was a young lad. I wanted to dance. I didn't want to dance by myself because I was all self, paranoid or whatever. Um, and so I walked up because I didn't know how to do this. Right, there was three, you know, people to ask to dance, and I just go, "Do any of you guys want to dance?" And because I wasn't asking specifically one of them, um, they were like, No, it's all right," because they're all looking at each other. That's the feeling I got in here, not I know you specifically you didn't do, like, a group proposal, but I feel like they feel like they're just one of many, not, um, they wanted to feel special, they wanted to feel like and I don't feel like they got that. This has to do with their 8 of swords, their own thoughts and beliefs that make them feel this way, and the 9 of cups is they had this idea of how they would feel when they're proposed to. And there's this energy of like, I didn't feel special. I didn't feel that. But it has to do with their mindsets because I feel like it wasn't presented in the way that they expected. Um, and they feel like, I don't know, they have this energy and it might not just be with your proposal either, that they just feel like I'm just a choice. I'm not someone's choice. I'm a multiple choice question instead of you know, fill in the blank, if that makes sense. It's I want I want to be the answer, not a a choice of answers. So I feel like that is what was coming in there. Let's see here. Who is coming towards you right now based on your energies? Um It does look like you do have someone coming your way here. The bottom of the deck, you do have this, you have this Queen of Queen of Pentacles on the bottom here. You also, I mean, here's the other dream come true energy that's below the surface here. But I feel like this situation with them is a mirror for you with the previous one because I feel like it's important for you to nurture yourself to see where does that feel? Do you feel any of those emotions, any of those energies? Like it's just like I'm just looking to have someone fill a position in my life where I want to feel like I'm attracted to someone, that it's me living my passions and living my passions is where I meet. And what I'm saying by saying all this is because these other 3 cards that came out, I feel like they're saying it's time to kind of step back from this marriage pursuit for just a moment. And the Page of Wands is about going and doing the things you love, going out and do the things you enjoy. Because you have the World card, which is an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, and here's 2 people dancing and having a great time, right? And and we have the 10 of coins, which is the 10 of pentacles. It's a, relationship card, it's an abundance card, it's a victory card. And it's like what's coming through here for me, and I know with cultures and everything else, this might not be that's not the way it's done, but the energy that's coming through here, I just have to share it, is we can go through life, we can go about love as trying to fill a position in our life, or we can go live our passions in life, enjoying those things that make our heart sing and that are draw us. And when we're out doing that, we bump into someone who also shares that, whatever we're doing as what they love to do. And then there's a spark that happens, and then a relationship grows from that versus all right, I'm putting out applications, I'm doing interviews, I'm doing background checks, I'm gonna hire them, and then like they don't accept the position, right? "Oh, we did all that, all this energy invested for that. All right, next, who's the next applicant? Who's the next interview?" Feels like work and it feels exhausting with this energy. And instead it feels like it's like spirit saying, pause with that Queen of Pentacles, nurture yourself, reflect, and then consider, you know, changing that cycle of trying to go and finding someone and going and enjoy the things you love. And in doing that, I feel is like where you have a connection with someone. So hopefully that resonates. Let's see what your dream ritual oracle says for you as well. What else here? Brush. Okay. Nope. Didn't want any of those. Yeah, we got impulse with a heart. We'll see what this says, but this is like following your impulse and doing the things you love is what comes through. But let's see what the book says here. All right. Yeah, so this is the energies of desire, passion, feeling, spontaneity, and hunches, right? The lunar power this card brings in says the illumination of the full moon is the peak of lunar energy, and you are likely to feel its effects as increased awareness and sensitivity. With your intuition on fire, there can be no better time to shine the night light fully on the meaning of your dreams and the instinctive wisdom of your heart. So the ritual, this is messages from your heart. In the evening before going to bed, take your dream journal and find somewhere comfortable to sit. Hold your dream journal close to your heart. Close your eyes, take a few slow, deep breaths to calm yourself, and ask your heart to help you clearly interpret the meaning of your dreams. Then open your dream journal and read through the dream you had this morning, or if you recall was poor, any recent dream. Remind yourself that dreams typically speak in the language of symbols. What personal associations do these images inspire in you? Tune in to the beating of your heart and notice how you feel when you read and recall each dream, symbol, image, or impression in your journal. Trust that when you hit on the right interpretation, your heart will let you know. There's a lot of symbolism in here about your journey, not just about the dreams. You can apply all of this to your search for love too. Pay special attention to any dream symbol that appears and has animal, bird, nature, or weather related imagery. If none of these were present, consider the location or the scenes of your dream. Now, the nocturnal insight says your heart has a wisdom all of its own. Because if you're trying to find love from here, right? That's the passion that's following our heart versus our brain. Whenever you feel peaceful, positive, and creative, your heart beats calmly. The term for this is called heart coherence, which means an internal state when your body, mind, and heart are in harmony. It's a deeply aware, almost meditative state which generates intuitive insights that can empower your dream decoding. This ritual encourages you to tune into the beating of your heart while interpreting your dreams, because dreams are messages from your heart, your intuition. They shine the night light on things in your waking life that your heart notices and wants you to reflect deeper on, but which you typically ignore or don't notice or have time for when you are awake. However, when you fall asleep and dream, your heart wisdom is unleashed and eager to share its deep wisdom with you. There are things your heart urgently wants you to know about yourself and your life. Every dream symbol expresses your emotional state, but there are some symbols that strongly represent instinctual desires that you may not be acknowledging in waking life. For example, Whenever an animal appears in your dream, the creature reflects an aspect of your personality that is hidden or striving for understanding, integration, and recognition. If no animals appear, weather, themes, and dreams also symbolize your mood or state of mind. For example, fog can be a symbol of confusion, rain of sadness, sunshine of optimism, and so on. The landscape or setting will most certainly offer a big clue to the feelings you have about yourself and your waking life. However striking other symbols in your dream are, they will only really make sense to you if interpreted within their context. Interesting, right? Your mantra is my dreams know me best. And I like that because it just feels like follow your dreams, live your passions, and that's where you find love. But if you're going that other route, trying to find that, then that's what feels kind of that empty feel that comes in. All right. So that's what they have for you, Ashvin. Hopefully that helps a little bit. I see you have another donation come in, and I'm at 2 hours and 40 minutes. So I will circle back around for your donation after I do about 30 minutes of free readings, um, as that's my process is 2.5 hours in. I do that. All right. So, hey, Ankita, good to see you. Got you on the free list here. I do need to run to the little gentleman's facility real quick. Um, and then I'll come back. I'll finish 30 minutes of at least of three of free readings. We'll bounce back to Ashvin if there's any other donations that come in the meantime, too. We'll finish the donations up, and then I will finish the other free readings as well after that. But to focus, I do need to run to the little boy's room. So I'll be right back. All right. I am back. Maybe. Okay, there we go. Fall off the chair. Okay. Thank you guys so much. Let me move my water over here since I'm out of my coffee there. and we will jump in. So, cheers, everybody. And thank you so much for all the thumbs up. It does tell me you enjoy free readings and the readings that we have. And it's a way that you can show the channel some love, me some love, and you're part of the love tsunami. Helps draw other people to the channel. So, thank you guys so much for doing that. I'm very grateful. All right. So, as I said, I don't know why I got winded because I wasn't breathing in between talking. Um, but we're going to do about 30 minutes of free readings, and then I'll complete the donations and then finish out the free readings after that. All right, so let's dive in. We got here up first, we do have Touch O Love at 2:45:49. So that's our marker for 30 minutes from here is when I'll return to the donations. So Touch O Love, what is coming for you? Let's take a look here. All right. Let's see what Spirit has here for you. You do have the Hermit. Uh-oh. And the Queen of Cups. Yeah, a little bit of kind of this self-reflective energy. We are in Pisces season now. A lot of emotions, a lot of reflection energy coming in with these two, very empathic energies. With the Queen of Cups, she's not only is the queen over the cup suit, she gets this, all queens get a second portion of cups. So she's the master of emotion. I feel like you're really spending time with spirit with the hermit card too. It's not just being alone in isolation. It's you're being invited to communicate and connect with spirit. And I feel like they're working on here building up your empathic bubble because I feel like your empathic abilities have been growing and expanding, and they're wanting to kind of show you how you can build this bubble to where you know what emotions are other people's emotions, what are your emotions that you're currently feeling, what are old emotions that are being activated, and even what are some past life emotions bubbling below the surface. So a lot of emotional clarity is coming through this kind of time away from a lot of people, but it's quiet and it needs to be quiet so that you can communicate and open up that connection with them. So I feel like, what's coming for you right now is some like an invitation from your spiritual posse to kind of step back, connect, and they will both in dreams and both in, different places in your life bring you teachers, bring you different books or videos and different things that resonate with building that empathic bubble so that can help bring in kind of an emotional anchor for you as well. So I like that for you, Touch of Love. That's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings. Right. Ashish Balkaran, you are up to 4809. There is your timestamp, and you're in the IT field and you applied for different software jobs, but no response. Will you get any good news soon? Right. Based on current energies, let's take a look here. Got these two. Boom, boom. You got the Seven of Wands, the Five of Wands. Seven of Wands, this is an energy of being kind of standing up and being true to your authentic self. It's interesting because the Five of Wands can be a conflicting energy, but I don't what is this energy around being conflicted, being in the IT field? Because it feels very competitive with friends with this Five of Wands. And the Seven of Wands feels like this desire to kind of be different, to stand up, you know, to pursue something more in alignment. And it just feels like there's this, I don't know if, all of this no response is good news. It almost feels like here because it's like, is the IT field really your passion, what you're wanting to do with your life? Or is there something else that if money and what other people thought and different things, if that didn't matter, what would your heart be wanting to do? What would you want to be doing with your life? Because it feels like all this obstacles are nudging you to go a different direction in your life than what you're doing. and it's like the everything you're applying to is being closed because that's like, "No, not this direction, that direction," you know? That's the kind of energy that's coming in, so hopefully that helps a little bit, I know, but that's what's coming in. I feel like you're gonna keep being told no until, you get, until you're going in a direction that your heart wants to go in, your soul wants to go in. So that's what they got for you, Ashish. Many blessings to you. Right? We got Swaroop Bobby. You are up. Here's your timestamp. Hey Anna. Hello, hello. All right. So coming week reading, please. What's coming towards you? Let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know is coming towards you here? All right. Wow, you do have the Hierophant and the Moon, two major arcana coming in here. There is this sense energy that's happening here. What is this about here? Because the Hierophant is this number of change and this awareness, being drawn to see things like from, a different place, a different um perspective. And the moon card is shining a bright light. It also brings things, that come from the surface, that, move from, the hidden into the seen. And it just feels like there's this cycle of something that's coming around here. Something that's been it's like 'cause I'm seeing like the new moon growing into the full moon. There's something, a culmination coming. But when it becomes the full moon, then it's like I'm ready to let go of something. There's awareness that comes through with whatever this culmination is, and it's almost like this energy of this fruit. I don't like this. It's not bringing me what I thought it was, and so now I'm ready to start looking at what I'm ready to let go of to open up space to plant something new. And I feel like whatever this is that you've been having this, like this is gonna make me feel whole or make this, feel like success, then you're like, it didn't. And all right, well, let me see what else. Let me remove that out of my life and let me sit on this bridge, and just under the moon and contemplate where I want to go next kind of energy. So hopefully that resonates for you. That's what they got for you right now. Swaroop. So many blessings to you. Helga, yeah, I do have yours about S changing their mind, and Kita, yeah, your free one, will your friendship bond, etc. I got both of those. So, you guys are still a few away, quite a few away here. All right. All right, and then we have Salme Rao. You're up 25312 is for yours. Boom, boom, boom. And then, will your husband get a new job offer by the end of this month? Let's take a look here. Based on current energies, two cards came flying out. We got the Emperor, we got the Eight of Swords. There is possibilities with this here. It's just the Eight of Swords is about letting go of some thoughts and beliefs and some expectations, some requirements, that make us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. And the Emperor energy is about choosing. It's like they're the emperor over their life, you're the emperor over your life. Theirs is, what is it that I really want? It's almost like they can get out of their head about all the stuff that it has to be and look at it from their heart. What is it that I want? And then put a plan together and to action behind it. If they do that, then they go in that direction. But it feels like they might have too many requirements, too many restrictions, like, well, it has to be in this field. It has to be this. And they're like, open the it's almost like, how you search for a job on a website and how you put the filters of, what has to be these, and then it limits the search. This is about, opening up the search and um And I feel like there are opportunities that they would be excited about that they aren't because they're limiting the scope. So, um, that's what I feel is coming in here, and I feel like that's what's happening here is that, he's in there's this big, year of the fire horse. It's a year of change, of movement into things that aren't the norm anymore. It's like so I feel like there's like a change of slight direction, doesn't have to be a 180, where they go in the opposite direction, but I feel like there's an alteration that, comes in with all this, right? So that's what they have for you, many blessings, right? Moncloa, you are up, so 255.34. It's your timestamp. A general for the next 48 hours. Let's take a look here. All right, you got the Six of Swords and the Eight of Wands. Yeah, there's with the Six of Swords, this is about looking at whatever you're going through in the next 48 hours from a different perspective with the Six of Swords. Leaving behind old ways of thinking allows you to see different ways, different ideas, new creativity, new solutions that come in. And it allows you to move from choppy waters to calmer waters. And you got the Eight of Wands, and the Eight of Wands is bringing two energies. One is that spirit is bringing you messages, spirit is bringing you perspectives, spirit is bringing you, um, signs and synchronicities and dropping ideas. And if you'll entertain those, that is it gets you it's almost like they put a motor on the back and boo, and it takes off with the Eight of Wands. It's a lot of energy. That's go, 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 go kind of energy that comes in. So I feel like it's very important to pay attention to what you're intuitively picking up, what you're seeing coming to you in the outside world from, and you'll recognize those that are from spirit because it'll really resonate with you and it'll help you move from stagnant, choppy, you know, tumultuous, I can't even say it, tumultuous, waters into something smoother. I feel like it's just important for you to open your mind, pay attention, and they'll show you. So hopefully that helps, Moncloa. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. Right. And then we got Maria P in the house, 257.36. This is for your free reading. Thank you for your donation earlier. And you like a general for you and Wally. All right. So let's take a look here. For everyone new or that just came in, I'm in the middle of my 30-minute free reading. Whenever I don't get to them 2.5 hours in, I do step away from donations to finish at least 30 minutes of free readings. Then I'll go back and I'll finish the donations, and then I'll return back to free readings and finish those out in between donations. All right. So a general for you and Wally. You got the Six of Wands and the Nine of Swords. Yeah. Just the friendly reminder here that you can focus on your victories and have more victories, or focus on your fears and expectations and have more disappointment. All your choice, which is all right. This is this realizing that you are the creator of your life, that your experiences are your own, that you and Molly do create a joint reality together, but your experience of it can be totally different than theirs based on your choices of thought and story and emotions and energy and your actions, right? So I feel like they're, just doing your nice little reminder. I don't know if we've really kind of dug in and talked about that a whole lot, at least in two readings, right? You're like, no, we've talked about it. Expectations equal disappointment. They suck the life out of things. That's the Nine of Swords. It's nightmare and insomnia. With all these dream oracle cards that we were pulling about how our nightmares are. So if you're recognizing anything in your dreams, um, it's your heart wanting you to look at some things of our fears and expectations so that you can be freed from them. So pay attention to your dreams and see if you see anything in that too. But I feel like it's just a great reminder Focus on your victories, you get more victories. Focus on your fears, you get more fears, right? So that's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. Right, we got Bonita at 3 hours even. Will be about 15 more minutes of free readings. So, user, that's yours. That's Bonita. Do you see you ever getting promoted on your current job? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, is there promotions? What's the card? Is there anything that's here? Oh, maybe not. Maybe that's all we need. I was like, okay, here's two more. Yeah. Well, we got the ace. Whoa, we got the Ace of Cups here, which is this is about a new relationship, which means a new relationship with a new company. I don't feel like you would at your current company. There's just something there. Feel very political, very it's not what you know, it's who you know. Um, and I feel like there's a lot of, oh, well, you know, this changed. Oh, yeah. Well, now you need this. And, it just feels like it goes that way. But I feel like you have the Knight of Wands, which is the Knight of Fire, uh, fire horse, which is what we've moved into this year for our, Chinese, New Year energy, but it's the lunar cycle. It's moved into the fire. And you got the Six of Wands, this victory energy with this movement, Knight of Wands energy. It represents a big change. I feel like you would do well going somewhere else where there's not history with certain people and that it's more that somewhere where they more look at your skills than, again, who you know, because that feels like it's very you're just in a very political place of, once you get branded in a way, it's just even subconsciously, they keep there. It's like you need a fresh start where you have a fresh slate, because I feel like if there was ever an altercation somewhere, even if you were found, there no, it wasn't you, it was someone else, that's always in their mind, and I feel like you just need a fresh start. So, hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, Benita. Many blessings. All right, and then we have Cat Mia up, 30239 is yours. Maybe. There we go. You're welcome, Tetra Love. So you want to know, will you get perfect your RSS like very similar to K but way better like 1110? And then you asked again, will I get the perfect unique Lychee ES similar to MJ and K? Like, okay, so I'll get rid of your first question. Sounds like you kind of reworded it or reconfigured it. So will you get the perfect unique? So based on current energies, will you get those scores? Right now, it doesn't feel like it. You got the Seven of Swords, which is a mental confliction energy, and the Five of Coins, which is this kind of focus on lack energy here. So this is workable. It's not a like, oh nope, you'll never ever ever do this. This is just saying you've got blockages in your beliefs that are holding you back from achieving what you're wanting to do. Seven of Swords is it's like how are my own mindsets deceiving me, blinding me, cheating me out of opportunities. And with the Five of Pentacles, that's a fear of not being enough, not having enough, being abandoned, left behind. So there's some fear and focus on lack energy that is keeping that away. And what I mean by that is, let's say I fear I won't get the scores that they did. Maybe I'm like, I believe that'll mean something about me, or what will people think, blah, blah, whatever the fear is, that would actually draw in what we're fearing instead of not bringing it in, right? Also, if I'm feeling like I need that, I want that, I must have that, that's lack energy. because we're focusing on what I don't have, and that also makes it difficult for things to come in because it pushes it away, right? So we can change that by beginning to focus on what you're grateful for, on what you do have, what you have had, releasing the need to control something, release how you're defining yourself by an outcome of a test or whatever this is, that you're realizing it doesn't matter whatever happens in the outside world. My worth has remained unchanged from the moment I was born till I pass away. Nothing is going to change my worth because it's been consistent for before I existed as this human and after I'm no longer this character as this human. Because you're a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love. That's not who you are. Um, and I mean, this is not who you are. It's the, and if you're defining yourself by the outside world, that's when we feel unstable. That's why we wanna control it all because we have this list. This all has to happen for me to be lovable and acceptable and to be worth something. It's like, no, that doesn't have anything to do with your worth. Your worth is rooted in who you really are, not these experiences as this human. It's just experiences. So, right now, the to answer your question, it's, no, you won't, but you can change that by the change of your focus into gratitude for who you are and what you have experienced, and not defining yourself by an outcome. Then you get to be the brightest, truest of who you are, and then you're not really concerned about scores as much as you are about enjoying the moment. So hopefully that helps, cat. Meow, meow, meow. Thank you again. Hang in there. All right. Let's see here. Sorry, it's oop. There we go. All right. So Olivier Vergara, you are up 306.56. Here is your timestamp. And you want to ask for a message what the tarot want to advise you. Let's see here. What would they like you to know? All right. And this one here. All right. Well, you do have the Seven of Swords and the Knight of Swords. Both of these cards are talking about conflict of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. The Nine of Swords is nightmare and insomnia card, but it's the expectations card, right? And the Seven of Swords also was awareness of my own mindsets. So I feel like they're letting you know that in, and we've been having a lot of these dream cards, these dream oracle, been talking about how your dream world is showing you a lot of what they're wanting you to see right now. Of course, we just entered Pisces season today, and we're in a Pisces moon right now too. So, there is this energy that comes in here with this as a Frankie, the black lab of my so she barked and scared the crap out of me. So it is this realizing what is true danger, what's emotional danger, what isn't, something to be afraid of. I feel like there's this time right now. Again, I was talking about the Pisces energy that it's bringing up. Like there's conflicts that are rising, and it's the rising so you can question them and be freed from them. So, like when we're talking about, we kind of in some of the comments, right? If something has to happen soon, does it? What if it doesn't? Well, what are we fearing, right? Um, and and then what's at the root of that? Okay, and like let's say, well, I need to have a job. Um, but what are we fearing? If I don't get a job, what do I fear? Well, if I fear if I don't get a job, then I'm not going to have enough money. I'm going to lose all my possessions. I'm going to be um, ostracized from society. I'm going to have to live in a little self-made grass hut on the edge of the forest. I'm going to die and get eaten by wolves. When we start to look at what's the fear beneath the fear beneath the fear beneath the fear, it starts to get silly at some point. Going, that would never happen. And it's like, all right, once we question our fears, then we can be released from them. And I feel like it's a lot of what's coming in right now is, what am I fearing? And why am I fearing that? And why am I fearing that? And why am I fearing that? Kind of energy. So it's time for reflection. Yay. I'm tired of reflection. I know, Olivia, I know. But cheers to you. I got to take a sip. All right. So, Helga, you are up 3, 10, 16. I got about 5 more minutes of free readings before I return back to donations, and then I will eventually return back to free readings. So, Helga, you want to know, will S change his mind and what our relationship with you? All right, based on current energies, will S change their mind? Um, you know, it's not out of the question, but unlikely. The Hanged Man is a very big pause energy, and the Knight of Coins, the slowest moving knight out of them all, is also a very long time. It's like it would take a long time for them to reconsider. It's not something that they would be like today, tomorrow, this year. It feels like they would have to go through some changes to reconsider a relationship because they are caught up in this inner journey, this transformation, this very slow transformation with both of these cards coming out. So, I don't feel like will S change his mind and want a relationship with you? Not not anytime soon, is what's coming in with that. You want someone, where's your man? I know, right? Well, that could be a question for another day or for a donation if you want it today. But one free question per session. So you can save that for tomorrow if you'd like. All right. So that's what they have for you, Helga. Many blessings. You are welcome. All right. And then a star seed, you are up on show. I believe that is you. We got 31205. This might be the last one here. We'll return. Hello, hello. How can you manage your current stress levels? All right. Let's take a look here. What does spirit? Of course, disclaimer, I'm not a licensed medical professional or psychiatrist or counselor. See the disclaimer in the description box. But we'll see what spirit, what kind of suggestions they might have here. Yeah, 10 of wands, 2 of cups. Well, you definitely have here the 10 of wands is a change of energy, which is what you're wanting to do, and the 2 of cups is the power of emotional choice. I highly recommend my podcast series, my free podcast series, which is The Easier Path, which is a less stressful path. So if you haven't checked those out, the playlist link is down in the description area, or if you go to my main page, it's at the top, The Easier Path. Because we talk a lot about with the 10 of wands, this is we can look at life as a burden because we're focusing in on what's not happening, what, you know, basically what's failing to happen that I think is supposed to be happening. Or I can focus on gratitude for what is happening that I love and enjoy. And whatever my energy is focused on is going to expand. So if I'm focused on what's not happening, I'm falling into fear, which is stress and anxiety, and it just grows and gets bigger and bigger and bigger the more we focus on it. When I start focusing on gratitude for what is happening, then I'm teaching my nervous system, I'm teaching my inner children that, you know, there's wonderful things happening in life. And when I'm focusing on that, they're not like scared because they're feeling out of control and unstable. And so this power of choice, this power of where you're focusing your energy is a start. So I feel like that there's, you know, breathing, try to take deep breaths and hold for a moment and relax. Breathing helps us come out of fight or flight mode because when we're in stress, we can't stop stressing until it's done its thing or we've fallen asleep. until we freak out again and spark again. But it's about finding ways to calm yourself so then you can find out one, we start focusing on as much gratitude as we can, then we stay out of fear more. Then we can start to calmly question, why am I stressing? What what story do I have around what's happening? And when we question those fears, then we get to the root. And I just say we start off going, what am I afraid of? Well, I'm afraid, let's say, what the big hitters, one of the big hitters is I'm never going to find someone that's going to love me. And it's like, why do I fear that? Well, because I'm lonely. Well, why are we fearing being lonely? Well, because, and then it starts getting fuzzy, right? Because we're like, well, it's what other people think about me not being with someone. It's not so much that I don't mind being alone. I'm afraid of what other people think about me not having someone. And that if I don't have someone, that means I'm not lovable. And if that means that, then we start just understanding where the fear's coming from, and we realize it's a small t truth rooted in fear, not a real truth. It's an opinion that's stressing us out, not a capital T truth from the creator of all things, who says, you are eternally and unconditionally loved by me and a great host of beings. These humans aren't real. They're characters on a stage. Who cares if these characters love us or not? They're not real. It's like an avatar. Oh, this AI created avatar doesn't like me. Turn it off. It's gone. So hopefully that helps a little bit. That's what they have for you, Asho. So many blessings to you. All right. So we have hit 30 minutes of free readings. So I'm going to revert back to donations. And then after I'm done with that, I have Fairy Tale Nihal, Breath of Fresh Air, Andrea 54 Hector, Happy, and Keita Moore. Let me just see, did anyone else come in here? Okay, so that's that. I did those. Hey, Anna, thank you so much. I'll get your 2 donations here on the list here. And no, I think that was it. So I have, those are the only free readings that I think I have left. All right. So we'll take a sip here. Cheers, everybody, and we'll dive into my 3 donations. And then if there's none other, if there's no other donations by the time I finish those, then we will jump into the finish up the final free readings. If my brain isn't shutting off where I can't talk, blah, 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 blah. All right. So, Ashvin Ray, you are up 318 even. Thank you for your dual donations. Here is both your timestamps. And we'll give your donation a love and a like. Thank you again. And you want to know here, are there any black magic or evil eye towards your family or home? All right, we'll take a look here. Of course, there's no true black magic or evil eye energy. There's only the belief that those things exist. And when we believe in it, it's my belief about my life that influences and changes me. Everybody, right? Like, you can't believe enough about me to impact me. Whatever your energy you're putting out will impact your life, not mine. Because, like, I'm rubber and you're glue. Whatever you put at me bounces off of me and sticks to you. Because we have the power of choice, the free will. No one can influence me. Now, someone can come up to me and go, I'm putting a curse on you, you're going to get sick, right? And if someone tells me that and I believe it, oh my God, I'm going to get sick. I'm going to get sick. I'm going to get sick. It's my energy going, hey, universe, you know what I'd like? They're like, what? I'd like to get sick. Like, okay, here it is. Then we get sick and they're like, oh my God, they are powerful. No, we're powerful over our own lives. But if we believe it, or someone would come up to me and go, I put a curse on you. And I could be like, boo, 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 boo. Okay. and I don't believe anything, it doesn't impact me at all, right? So just understand that. Now we'll look at here, is there anybody that's putting intentions towards you in that way? We can find out here, but it doesn't have to impact you or anyone else unless that's what you want to experience. Then have at it. Enjoy, right? Yeah, I feel here at the bottom of the deck, you've got the King of Swords, which is clarity coming in. This is good. They're the master storyteller, which is basically what we were saying. I get to decide the story about what other people's actions mean or not, and whatever story I put to that is what empowers it in my life. So I can have a story of fear and that people can curse me and it can impact me and do things, and then it will because my story is powerful. But my story can be like, "That's a cute story, but it doesn't impact me," and then it doesn't, right? That's the King of Swords. Is there anyone trying to do anything? Yeah, there is someone shenanigans with the Seven of Swords, a betrayer, someone that, out of fear is trying to, "Buh, buh, buh, buh," because it's a reaction of a little child that feels unsafe and out of control, and what do? They attack, and so it's that kind of attacking energy, but, again, you don't have to let it impact you at all here. Yeah, because I like it. Here's the King of Wands, which is telling you you have the power, and the Nine of Wands is you can put up this hedge of protection around you, as well. So you can just go, "You know what? I'm in charge of my life. I'm putting a powerful energetic hedge of unconditional love energy, of bright light, nothing of darkness can be here." And you don't even have to have that intention. You just push love out and surround it, and anything that's of lower vibration, that's not willing to switch to higher vibration, can't stand it. It has to get out of there. So you just fill your life and around you and your family with all this love energy, then nothing of lower vibration can stick around. I like that empowerment energy. Yep. And then you have a very empathic individual here, someone who's very emotional. So I do feel like there's two. There's one that's emotionally hurt, and there's one that's reacting out of fear. So there's like just a couple. There's just two that have these type of, I almost feel like it's the sea witch, from Little Mermaid. But it's like it doesn't impact you unless you let it. And and if you let it and then you're tired of it, it's like uninviting a vampire in your house. It's actually the scenario the story I used to say around curses and stuff. It's like a vampire that, you have to invite a vampire in to let them come into your house, right? And if you don't, if you hear a knock at the door, you look through the peephole, you see it's a vampire, you don't even have to entertain it. You can just leave them out there. Oh well. Or you can open the door and they're like, and you like slam the door in their face. Or you open it up and they're like, let me come in. And you're like, okay. And then they're like, and then you're feeding them your energy because you invited them in. You invited the fear in. But you can uninvite it too. If you ever watched like True Blood or any of those movies where you uninvite a vampire and they get repelled out of your house, you can uninvite them if you've invited them in and go, no, I'm not going to let that fear. You don't have no power over me. I have power over me. You have power over you. And that's the way it works. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your dream ritual oracle brings in here for you. Oh, actually, sorry. You already had one of these. On multiple donations, we just get this yin yang insights oracle. So let's see what they have here for you. All right. Yeah, I like it. Family foundation. Beautiful energy that says commitment, home, marriage, celebration, security. So I like that. They're basically saying, let the family love just pour out and you guys are secure. So I like that for you, Ashwin. That's what they got for you. Many blessings. Thank you again for your multiple donation. All right, let me take another sip here. Thirsty today. All right. It's blood. I am a vampire. No, I'm just kidding. It's just colored water. All right. So Anna, you're up 325 even. Look at that. That's for number one here. We'll give you a love and a like there for your first one here. Hello, I am doing well. Hope you're doing well. All right. So for entertainment purposes only, I love it. So your appointment surgery is scheduled my mom's birthday, March 12th. Look at that. Deep dive, please, on how it will go and outcome. Anything to pick up. Yeah, absolutely. Additional things found. Will the surgery fix all the remaining issues? Da, 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 da. and then follow-up questions on that for the number two. All right, I get you. So let us dive in here. Oh, there's Frankie with her bone. So, so deep dive. How will it go? First of all, so let's see how the surgery will go based on current energies. Okay. And then outcome. Let's see what they have here. Got those leading to, will there be additional things found? And will the surgery fix all of the remaining issues? Etc. All right. Let's see what we got with these. All right. Well, we do like the bottom of the deck because you do have the world card, which is a victory energy, but it is the ending of an old cycle and the beginning of a new adventure. So we do like that. Even underneath that, you've got the death card, which with this combination doesn't mean, well, you don't have to worry about back pain anymore. No, this is a death and rebirth. So good energies coming in here, major arcana. So I feel like they're overall, it feels like a significant change that comes through here. All right. So let's take a look here. So, okay. So first of all, how will the surgery go? Got the Queen of Swords, the Hierophant, this wonderful, you always usually get the Queen of Swords. It's a balance between head and heart. Got the Hierophant with the Justice card underneath too. So there's a lot of new information. When you ask, will there additional things be found out? I think with these, there's a lot of clarity that comes in with all of these, with all three of these cards, because the Justice card has the Ace of Swords, which allows you to see things from a higher perspective. The Queen of Swords has the Ace of Swords, and the Hierophant is a lot of learning, a lot of education, a lot of seeing things differently. So I feel like when they get in there, they do go, "Oh, okay." So there is some clarity, some things they find that, um, not things, but something they find that they were like, "Oh, this explains this thing." Um, so it feels significant with 2 major arcana and a royal there. So I feel like there is some, especially starting off, great energies overall, that this is good information that they find out. It helps. On the outcome here, we got all these. We got the Moon card, the 5 of Pentacles, with the 7 of Coins, the 7 of Pentacles. So there is this um, kind of a, I don't know, say there's like an emotional revelation here, because the Moon card, of course, being huge emotional energy, but the 5 of Pentacles is this fear of not being enough, being left behind out in the cold, um, and The 7 of Pentacles is this is something that's been going on for a very long time. I mean, I know this the back pain and stuff, but this belief has been with it a very long time, and I feel like one of the things that comes through this is you're realizing this emotional fear that's been around for very, very since you were a child, 7 years old and younger energy. Um, Something about not being enough, not being supported, and that there's some emotional energy, this whole journey. They're reminding me because this is something that was a big revelation for my host who's gone through her back surgery and everything was when to realize at the core there was this feeling of not being supported. And this was like with job and stuff. She's lost both of her parents too. Um, and I just feel like there's this energy here that comes through all this. And so part of the outcome, even though it's like you were looking for it, with the physical outcome, there's this emotional release that happens. And they're telling me it's amazing how the physical body works. That with them doing the surgery, you know how, like, our body can store emotions? When they're doing something in there, there's an emotional release, and it's because there's something that's been held for so long that it was, like, kind of trapped physically, like, we can hold memories in our physical bodies. That's why when people do massages and different, even, acupuncture and stuff, people can, cry and different things, and I just feel like there's gonna be, like, this release that comes from this too, and it's deep because of this moon card. So that was important, wow. And then the other thing that happens here yeah, we like this. You do have, the outcome feels great. Get another victory card with the chariot card. So there is movement with this here. You got the Six of Cups and the Ten of Swords. So there's also, this is letting go of expectations that have been held for a long time, all the way back into childhood, too. So there is this, amazing power of choice, reflective energy that happens through all this. I feel like we already got the answer with the world card and the death card. There's the rebirth and things really work out good. We're gonna do these other couple questions here. I got more cards for this, but I feel like the outcome is so much more than just physical. I feel like it's a mental change of choice and an emotional release energy that comes in too. Just feels like it's something that's been there for so long. Um, it was making its way out into the physical body, and when they change some stuff physically because of the emotional work that you've been doing and everything else, it kinda changes stuff. So, it's gonna be more than just a physical change, it's a mental and emotional change too. The outcome is gonna be like, "What? Will there be additional things found?" I feel like we knew that there was one, 7 of Wands. Yeah, there is something that comes to light, with the 7 of Wands. It doesn't feel like it's not a major arcana, it's just a small thing with the 7 of Wands. I know, let me check, see if they'll tell me what it is. I feel like there was something wrapped around something. I know, right? A nerve. A nerve that was wrapped or pinched that they didn't see, but it doesn't feel like a pinched nerve like in the like between bone. It almost feels like there's something that I mean, it's something solid and harder for it to pinch it, but it's in between. Might even be like 2 muscles or something, some scar tissue that was pushing against like a nerve. It something had moved and trapped it, and when they're in there, they move something. They're like, "Oh, this might help too." It just feels like it wasn't the main source, but it could have, like, amplified it a little bit. It just feels like something like that. I don't know a whole lot about medical stuff, so you just have to use your wizardry. All right. Oh, okay, very good. I'm glad it makes sense to you. And then will the surgery fix the remaining issue? Yeah. Yeah, the 6 of swords, moving from choppy waters to calmer waters, and it is removed. The tower, energy, um, is moved, and it's funny, it's like they take it's not that they take it out, but they take away the shocking "dzz" electrical feeling, that's there. The electrical sensation, the what I feel with the only thing I can that they're showing me, it's um, like when my foot falls asleep and it feels like it's on needles, it's whatever this is, it takes this away kind of energy. So hopefully that makes sense. What we'll do your follow-up question, and then I'll give you your dream oracle and your other oracle. I feel like we're just gonna go on to your follow-up questions and then give you both of your fortune cookies at the end of the meal. All right. So let's go into your second one here. You got 33609. Look at all those threes and six and nines. Those are uh, very auspicious numbers. Three, six, and nine. That's that 369 energy, right? All right. Well, thank you for your second donation. We'll give that a love and a like here. So, follow-up questions. Will your surgical procedure be moved up before the 12th? Also, you're in need of a ride since it's out of town. Your parents cannot drive the distance. Due to their age, will either your friend Y or Aunt P be able to take you? All right. What? Your son has a driver's license now? Pff. Did you spit out your wine? All right. So let's find out what's going on here. All right, so let's find out here. Will your surgical procedure be moved? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sure he'll skip for you. So we'll before the 12th. Let's see there. Unless you need a ride. Well, either your friend Y and your friend P be able to take you here. Or is there a third option? All right. Yeah, you got the Queen of Pentacles on the bottom here. Everything's gonna be fine. You know, the Queen of Pentacles is abundance, fruitfulness, nurturer energy. So I feel like things will work out as they always do, right? But let's see here. Is it going to be before the 12th? Oh, Four of Coins. It's kind of solid. Um, Four of Pentacles, very solid energy in the outside world. It feels fixed. That's there. So you're in the nest. I feel like that's gonna be the timing there, especially since it's my mom's birthday. It just seems like it's the Queen of Coins, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. I feel like it's gonna just be that. Don't feel like it changing, at least based on current energies. Um, okay, will your friend Y be able to take you here? Well, got the High Priestess energy. This is being alone and Three of Pentacles. So this feels more um a no for it feels like they're somewhere else. They're away or doing something on they already have something and they're pocketed away with that kind of combo there. Your Aunt P, Six of Wands. Yeah, it looks like your aunt. Six of Wands is a victory, yeah, victory energy, um, good outcome energy. So I feel like they would be able to take you. And you got the Emperor. Yeah. And this is, of course, you have the power to choose and make the plan and follow your heart. So I feel like, but it's a solid, number here too with the Emperor, the number 4. Again, a solid foundation energy. Um, you'll be fine. You always have a plan. You always put the plan into action. Nothing to worry about. But I do feel like your aunt, it would be the one that would be able to take you with that energy there. So fun, fun. But you can make other plans too by that. Ah, very nice. All right, let's see what your fortune cookies say. So for your, you get a dream ritual oracle, and then we get a little yin yang one as well. So let's take a look here. This is your one here. And let's see what your yin yang insight oracle is. This one here. All right. So the big one here. Yeah. Relax. Relax. Simmer down, Rattler. Let's see what what this comes in here. Oh, it's not there. It must be back here. There it is. Yeah. Unwind, calm, comfort, self care. So the lunar power says associate the period of the waxing moon when you first see the darkness of the moon illuminated by the light of the sun with a clear call to action. It really is time for you to make a concerted effort to move towards your goals and do what you can to change your life. And as a good night's sleep is essential for dream recall and for your holistic well being, there can be no better place to start than with the third of your life that you spend sleeping. So I like that. The ritual is sleep hygiene. So ensure your bedroom is calm and tranquil and optimized for a good night's sleep. Make sure your bed smells fresh and is comfortable. Everyone has different sleep needs, but around 7 to 8 hours is optimum. Settle on a regular bedtime every night, ideally before midnight, and stick to it religiously. In the hour or so before you go to bed, avoid screen time and doing anything physically or mentally stimulating, such as housework, exercise, scrolling through your phone, or watching TV. Attending Bretta's Zen sessions is acceptable. I'm just kidding. It doesn't say that, of course. It says a warm aromatherapy bath makes a lovely bedtime treat, but if that's not possible, instead journal, meditate, or reflect on your dreams. Before going to sleep, remind yourself of the sacred importance of getting a good night's sleep. It is medicine for your body, mind, and the temple of your dreams. Wow, I like that. The nocturnal insight says if you don't get a good night's sleep, you won't have had enough of the REM, the rapid eye movement stage of sleep, where most of your dreaming happens, and your chances of dream recall will be poor. Scientists don't know for sure why we dream, but they do know that if we are deprived for too long of REM, this can lead to increased risk of anxiety and depression. So perhaps one of the reasons we need to sleep is to dream. All stages of sleep are essential for your well being, but if you want to have a vivid recall and recap the benefits of daily dream decoding, perhaps the best thing you can do is ensure you routinely get a relaxing night's sleep with all the essential sleep stages. Your brain loves variety, but your body thrives on routine. Having a regular sleeping and waking routine is important for a good night's sleep. Any change will upset your body rhythms and give you jet lag without the vacation. It's so true. If you need to catch up on sleep, it is best to go to bed earlier rather than have a lie in the morning. Going to bed each night at the same time and waking up naturally also reduces your need for that mortal enemy of dream recall, the alarm clock. Alarms shock you into waking reality. Oh, I'm sorry. Um, Alarms shock you into waking reality too quickly for dream recall to break through. This common sense ritual encourages you to approach sleep each night with the same level of self care and reverence as you would if you were going on a first date. Ooh. From now on, think of your sleep as a sacred act. Do all you can to ensure your bedroom is an oasis of calm. Your bed is deliciously inviting, and everything is in place for an exciting date with Dr. Sleep. Your mantra, sleep is my sacred dream medicine. Ooh, so I like that. Relax. And then your other little card says, guarded, vulnerable. Here's you holding your inner child, which says, holding patterns, security at all costs, blocked heart chakra. Interesting. Interesting. Something to reflect on since that kind of came up that there was stuff a bubbling from the moon. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your dual donations. You're welcome, Olivier. Hey, Ravit, we will get you on the free list here. We're getting close here. I think that's everyone else. Yep. So the free readings we have left, I've just got what 6 with Ravit on there. So we will jump back to those. And if there's none other, that will be rounding out the session tonight. All right, so Fairy Tale Nihao, you got 346. We'll do 346.46. So Nihao, this is your timestamp. And you want to know, will Amir initiate texting soon? However, you're holding back right now. And what's his okay? What's his current thoughts about you? Okay, so number 1, will he initiate texting soon? Okay, what's this one? And what's his current thoughts about you? So what's going on in his brain? Let's take a look. So will he reach out soon? We got the Ace of Pentacles. There is the Ace of Pentacles is a new opportunity. So this will be, it's a yes energy. Let me pull a quick when card because that's there is an opportunity where they do reach out. See if we can get anything on timing here. Sometimes it's a need to know, and sometimes we don't need to know. Yeah, well, we got within 2 weeks coming in here. So we shall see. And what are their current thoughts about you? Ooh. So, we've got this, Page of Wands energy that's coming in, which is more passion oriented than, you know, thoughts of love and in their mind. Their mind is in one place. We'll just put it at that they're about the passion and the physical and energetic attraction. That's what's on their mind. Not a whole lot more. Taking action, but it's that kind of passionate energy that's in there as well. So that is what they have there for you right now. Ni hao. So many blessings. Yes, happy I do have you here. I got Breath of Fresh Air and Dre 54 Hector, then you, then Ankita, and then Ravit is where we have it here. Did your question come through about no, I did not see a question about that. Let's see if I make sure. That was just the follow-up. That makes sense. You said FYI, I'll be staying there the night before in a hotel since the surgery is early their next day. And that felt like a statement. That didn't really have a question. So that must not have come through. So what is your question? I did not see one. Right. Was it specific or what? All right. Yeah, and I didn't see it. Well, you never know. YouTube has been having some little stuff where some don't come through and some do, and so I don't know. I feel like they're trying to keep secrets from me. They're trying to I say they're trying to steal my friends away. They're keeping secrets. This is between us and them, not you. Alright. Alright, so to here we got breath of fresh air coming in, so 350-20. Asked if you could have a question, so we'll give you a general. I didn't see a specific question. So let's see here what Spirit has here for you. So you've got the 10 of Cups and the 8 of Swords. I like this. I feel like what's going on right now, you're really this 10 of Cups is like relationship energy, but the 8 of Swords, this is more about that you're going through a period of questioning a lot of thoughts and expectations you have around relationship that you're letting go of. And the 8 of Swords is a way of saying, you've been questioning, why do I believe that? And let me let that go, letting go of expectations. Because the more expectations we have, the more disappointment we feel because, expectations are all this and we're doing all this just to get up to zero. And then we have abundance. So the more we get rid of expectations and rules and supposed to be's, the sooner we experience abundance and the more abundance that we, actually get to experience. So I feel like what you're going through right now is you've been letting go and been having a lot of situations arise to be able to let go of some thoughts around why do I want that? Why do I any disappointment or fear we have, we can look at it and go, why? Why do we, have that? It's an opinion of somewhere. Once you free yourself from it, then you are set free. So I feel like kudos for what you have been doing, but they're saying there's more that can help. And so just realize any conflicts that are coming up to show you a belief you have. So this disappointment that rises, this is an expectation, a belief, an opinion. Why do I believe that needs to happen? So you can be freed from it. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Then we got Andrea, 54 Hector. Here is your free reading. And then, why Carlos Leo hasn't answered you since before the Super Bowl. All right, what's going on over there? Let's take a look. We've got this one. I feel like we got this one too. Oh, wow. Yeah, we got the sun and the moon. It's always an interesting relationship here. But because the moon is we see it when it's reflecting the sunlight. There's something here about on one hand, it feels like they feel like you guys are different and that they're shining their light differently on their in their life in a different way. But there was this other energy here about it's how can I say this? Because it's like, the moon goes through phases, of course, right? And when the moon is, dark, like a new moon, when it's black, a black moon, when we don't see it, it's like the sun, this energy of, I feel like you're not kind of, I don't wanna say honoring me enough, but it is this kinda hurt feeling energy of, you're not making me important enough. You're not making me, radiating, me enough, that as well. So, I feel like there is that, energy that's there. That they just kind of feel like they're not being you're not shining the light on them enough. It's kind of like this. You didn't make me feel like I am special, kind of energy. It's really focused, self-focused on them. We got that the sun energy is Leo energy, but a lower expression of Leo energy is kind of look at me, and you're not giving me enough attention, kind of energy. And so they're kind of just pouting in a way. But also that energy of the sun and the moon, how they feel like, well, we're different, we're very different. You know, um, and there's this about this inconsistency about the light that you shine toward me. Because they want you to be like a full moon all the time. And you're like, no, I'm a moon. I cycle through emotions, I cycle through things. So, what? What? But I feel like there is this I'm the sun, I'm bright, I'm fire, I'm passion, you're emotional. And I want more passion. I want you to reflect more of my passion, but you're more emotional. You're not consistently giving me this feeling of passion energy. So hopefully that makes sense. All right, that's what they have for you there. All right. Thank you, Anna. I'll come around for your a follow-up question after I finish these last free readings here. All right. So happy you are up 35623. So TNO's current feelings is the next move towards you. All right, let's see here. Current feelings and next actions. So current feelings, you got the Hierophant. Hierophant, this is an interesting energy. Um, it's Taurus energy that's really coming out. It's very sensory energy, very physical energy, very more not so much emotional energy as they like the senses. They like what they see, they like what they hear, they like what they taste, that what they smell, what they touch, but the heart isn't in it. It's like they are very much this. The major arcana number 5 is really standing out. It's the number of change, and I kind of feel like they're more, focused in that physical energy than they are on, like, the emotional heart energy. Let's see what their next move is here. Yeah, they got the 9 of swords. Nightmare and insomnia, expectations equal disappointment times 3 kind of energy that comes in here. And there's a bit of I don't know, there's this bit of I'm afraid to take action, and it just makes sense that it's like they're protecting their heart, and they move more on the sensory energy than they do on the emotional energy, and they and because they're protecting their heart, they don't allow their emotions to flow, but they also are very slow in acting on things. So it feels like they're kind of hanging back right now, trying to figure out, you know, with all these expectations, the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be's, that they're afraid of disappointing, and that's why they don't act. Because I feel like unless they are for sure that something is going to be successful, they don't step into it. And so they're really trying to understand things. Hierophant too, trying to see things from a higher perspective, seeing if they want to change things or not, but that there's this big number of change, and I feel like they are contemplating that, and I feel like they're trying to decide if they wanna move forward or step away, um, because that's what they do with this fear. If I fear I'm gonna fail, then I bail. If I fear I'll be successful, then I'll take action, but it doesn't their success doesn't have anything to do with you, it has to do with the story they put on it or not. So, hopefully that helps, but, I feel like that's what they have there for you. So many blessings to you. Hey, Sudeshna, welcome back. Good morning. All right. And Kita Moore, you are up 359.31. So you want to know, will your friendship and bond with A get affected negatively after he knows about your relationship? And should you tell? Should I tell without him? Oh, and let him know. Okay, I get you. So let's take a look here. So first, will your friendship and bond with A get affected if he knows about your relationship? And then should you tell him without asking him about it? Okay. With the two of coins here, the two of pentacles, I don't feel like it would affect him negatively because I feel here with the two of coins that they have someone too, because there's two people that are there. Should you tell him without asking? Yeah, the Knight of Cups. There's this the seeking this, you know, um, the quest for your own emotions, your quest for your own heart here. I feel like Spirit is saying, because there's no right or wrong or shoulds from Spirit's perspective, but I feel like Spirit's saying for you to make it easier for you to make a decision, would it make you feel better to say something? Because this is about your emotions. So will it make me feel better if I tell them and I'm honest and I'll stop like about it? Or is, not saying is that would that make me feel better? Because sometimes it's not knowing what I should do is causing me this, but if I'm like, and something that I do sometimes, I'll take a coin and I'll be like, heads, I'll tell him, tails, I'll not. And then soon as you see the result, if you're like, oh, best two out of three, you wanted to do the other thing. But I feel like they have someone as well, um, and over there where they're at, this is that long distance thing, right? And I feel like it's just, you know, um, I don't even know if you need to tell them as much as end it. you know, you're like, this isn't working out. They have someone there. I have someone here. We're just kind of, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Right? It's like, let's just end this. We're long distance, da da da. Well, I don't want to lose the stuff I benefit, but you're not benefiting emotionally from it, right? But you get to decide, is what they're saying there. So that's what they have. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. And then my last free reading here, we got Ravit at 402.48. So Ravit, general reading. Let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? Got this and got this. All right. Yeah. Is this the fear of death? No. This death card here, it's about an ending and a beginning. And Three of Swords is expectations equal disappointment kind of energy. And I feel like the message that's coming through here is it is time for this release of some long held expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be. And I feel like you've got this, big disappointment feelings that you get and going, what is the fear beneath these expectations? What's the fear beneath it? Because we've got these opinions that were given growing up, like this is excuse me, this is who someone is supposed to be. And when they're not that, we feel bad and then we're disappointed and we're like, why? And I feel like there is this peering behind the curtain to understand what's the fear behind here. What's the fear behind these, that their actions mean something about me? Who says? Well, these people, well, who are they? I get to say what things mean about me. Everyone else gets to create the story about what a situation means about them, but I get to decide about me. And everyone's going to have their opinion. I mean, we have our opinion of everyone else too, right? And that's just an opinion. We can let that go, and spend less time judging and comparing and more in finding our higher truth, our capital T truth. That'll set you free from trying to live up to all these opinions that everyone is saying you should live and should be. And you're like, that's yours to decide. Everyone can have their suggestions, their information, and all this. But this is about putting an end to trying to live up to expectations and trying to have everyone else live up to what you think they should be living. Because you can't control any of that. No one can control you. It'll be so much more peaceful if you let go of being God's little sheriff and hand in your little deputy sheriff's badge and go, "You can handle all this." And they're like, "That's okay, because there are no rules." Where I'm from, the creator loves us eternally and unconditionally. All these opinions and rules come from man, from human opinion, not from creator. Um, so there's this freedom that comes in here that they're really nudging you toward to be set free from that. All right. So that's what they have for you for Revit right now. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings. All right. So Anna, you had a follow-up question. So typically it's outpatient procedure, but sometimes patients stay overnight. Will you end up being admitted overnight or sent home after the procedure? All right, let's take a look here. I'll do a quick follow-up here. One card for overnight, one card for procedure. Let's see what comes in here. Well, you got 7 and 7. That's funny. You know, there's possibilities here for both right now. Um, it's an interesting energy with 2 sevens, because the 7 of cups for being admitted overnight is an emotional choice, and being sent home after the procedure is, with the 7 of pentacles, is when the fruit doesn't turn out to be the way um, that they totally wanted it to be. So there's kind of this, um, I don't know what, because I know like the being sent home after the procedure, they're gonna, like, if you asked them now, they would be like, we have to wait and see. It depends on how things go on the day of. And they're giving me this, the 7 of cups is like, well, there's 7 possibilities. And they're like, there's a lot that has to be determined yet. And it is about emotional choice energy that's coming in here too. So I feel like, based on current energies, it's like we get up to a certain point, but then there's emotional choices that you make that change the outcomes. And like that's why they're showing that there's 7 paths, 7 brides for 7 brothers. That's funny. It was an old movie, but there's like 7, and it's still undetermined with this energy. They're just like, it all depends. It all depends. It all depends. Which is interesting because some of it depends on your emotions and emotional choices. The other depends on um, their evaluation after the surgery, because they need to know how much that they did on it. I feel like it's leaning towards not keeping you overnight with the energy right now. I feel like it's percentage wise, like 70-30 that they won't keep you overnight. Um, but they're like, but there's too many things happening between now and then. Interesting, right? So hopefully that helps, Anna. That's what they have for you there. Oh, I didn't put another timestamp, but hopefully you're just listening. All right. All right. So, Sudeshna, thank you for your additional donation. Whoops. Here are all your timestamps. Okay, very good. Glad you were here because I didn't capture that that timestamp. All right. So Sudeshna, you'd like some insights on what the other thing is that is coming up. Uh, accept the job, not able to understand it. So please guide me. And what should I do? Is it business, freelancing, or oh, okay. I see. So the one of the heart of where your heart is guiding you, right? Um, yeah, let's see if they'll help you understand your heart. What brings you joy? What makes you excited? Where's your what would it be like, you know, that's I feel like that's like a big part of the journey is for you to if you don't know what that is because you've been so rolled by the head and everyone's opinion that it's going to take some exploration and that's part of the scavenger hunt, part of the fun thing there, right? But let's see here what they can tell us here. Um if it is it business? Is it freelancing? What else can we know here? Click here. See if they can tell us here. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I just feel like they're, we have, well, let me just do this because this is the first card here. The Ace of Cups. What makes your heart fill up and overflow? Right? And then you have the Queen of Cups, which is the ruler of the emotion with the holding the Ace of Cups. So they're saying it's in your heart. Like when you close your eyes and you open your heart and you're like, what is it that if money wasn't an issue, if um, no one's opinion, everything, if you can step out of that pressure of trying to live up to everyone else's expectations, if you can step out of that and go, what is it that I would love to do? You know, um, do you enjoy things like planning, doing um, wedding planning, party planning? Um, do you enjoy, is it some sort of creative thing? It's like, what is it that, like, your heart, like, if you suddenly won $1,000,000 and you could do anything you wanted, what would it be that you'd want to do with your life? How would you uniquely want to share this love in your heart with the world in your own special, unique way? What is it that you would want to do? I feel like that's the underlying energy. Is it a business of some kind? Maybe your own business, 9 of Pentacles, which is financially independent or independent energy. So this would be you doing your own business, kind of energy. Freelancing, the Hanged Man. This is more that's a pause transformation energy. I don't feel like so much freelancing as it is having your own kind of side business or business, not even a side business, but it's something that is yours that you do here. Let's see what else can they tell us here. Yeah, it's the Queen of Swords. So it is something that balances both your head and your heart. But instead of your mind leading you out of fear, it's your heart leading and your mind supporting your heartstream. It's the Eight of Cups. It is walking away from emotions and people that don't serve. So this does tell me that a lot of what holds you back is the fear of displeasing some people, maybe parents or other people, family that, "Oh my god, you're not gonna do that? All the family does IT or whatever work. How can you, you know, imagine becoming, like, going back to the party planner? how could you think of doing that? And you're like, I love it. I love the creativity mixed with the business, where I know all the stuff that needs to be ordered, and then I hear what they want, and I find ways to make it happen, and then I coordinate and, you know, just, shooting from the hip here. But, it's like it's something you're leaving behind these feelings of needing to make everyone else happy and that you get to do it. Yeah, and this is creative energy. It's you creating something. It's mother nature, mother nurture. Again, tons of emotional energy that are, below the surface here too. So, I like this. It's totally different. I mean, it's of this heart expression, not of the mental expression. Yeah, it's and you have the devil card, which there is this energy of, getting out of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted, right? It's the getting out of the head and getting into the heart with those energies. So, um, and it is, sometimes you almost have to have like an identity crisis in a way. Because I remember when I didn't even know what my favorite type of movie was, what my favorite type of food was or restaurant was, um, because I always just went along with what everyone else wanted and what everyone else was telling me to be and who I should be and what I should like, and I didn't wanna disappoint people, so, "Hey, let's go to a movie. What movie do you wanna see?" "I don't know." "What do you wanna see?" "That sounds good, let's go see that." And I would just watch it, and, "Alright." I had no opinion. Um, Restaurant, "Oh, where do you wanna go?" "Let's just go where you I know your favorite restaurant. Let's go eat there. That sounds good." "Well, what do you wanna eat?" I go, "That sounds good. Let's go there." And people would just not ask me because 'cause I'd always just be, "Whatever you guys want." And then so I to discover, and this is kind of what I feel like their message is to discover what your heart wants, it's going and trying. Because I would go to different restaurants, and back then, they all didn't have takeout. I'd go sit by myself, which is a huge thing. Go sit by myself in a restaurant and try their food and go, "Eh, it's okay. It's not my favorite, though." And then I found a place, and I was like, it was called the Alamo Cafe in San Antonio when I lived there. And so people were like, "Where do you wanna go?" "Let's go to Alamo Cafe." And they're like, "I don't like it there. Let's go somewhere else." And I'm like, "Why do you ask me where I wanna go and then tell me no?" And they're like, "Alright, let's go." We're like, "Good, let's go." You kind of get to a place of identifying what is at my heart, and you might have denied your heart so much, your heart's, like, asleep because it doesn't know what it wants to do because if we've always told it no, and so it stopped asking. Now we can, like, consciously close your eyes, step out of your mind, go down a spiral staircase, walk over to your heart, knock on your heart. They open the door and you're like, "Oh, hey, long time no see. Come on in." And then you can have a conversation with your heart, find out where it is. But it feels like some sort of business that you do yourself, but it is from the heart. So let's see what you got a couple fortune cookies. No, it's not this one. It's this one right here because this is the bottom one, which is truth, expression. I love it. New perspective, seeing the truth, clear action, honesty, communication. But it's the truth of, and we went back to, I even said it, how to express the love in your heart with the world in your own special, unique way. So I like it. Hopefully that helps a little bit. I know we just want to know. I just want you to tell me, but this is part of the exploration of humanity is life is a um, scavenger hunt. It's not a here you go here and that's it. You're done. It's the journey. It's the adventure of going to collect the things that becomes the exciting thing, right? So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Teresa, you made it in just as the elevator doors are closing. We were just about to end. So let's get you in here. One last free reading in here. So Teresa for 1923. So, why is your right eye jumping and your right ear keep itching about a week or longer? Wow. Of course, disclaimer in the description area of the video, I'm not a licensed medical professional. Tarot's for fun and entertainment purposes. Should always seek a medical professional in with any decision to make, or if there's concerns about anything physical, especially, right? Oh God, you're dying. No, just kidding. You got the death card. Oh my God. You better go now. No. The death card doesn't mean that in 99.999% cases. What's interesting, it feels here, you got the 4 of coins, 4 pentacles, and what is it's a change of seasons. Is this can this be um sinus related? Because this 4 of pentacles, they is that's the 4, of the outside world, and they were like, "I never ever use that card as 4 seasons," but they just said 4 seasons, and the death card is the change of seasons, and I'm like, "Wow." So, it doesn't feel like anything really stress related unless you're, um, nervous about moving locations from somewhere. 'Cause the 4 pentacles can also be home and or office. Are you looking at changing cities, jobs, homes? That can be a little bit of below the surface, but I feel like the main thing that they're saying is it's like the something to do with change of seasons. But it feels like the actual change of seasons, not like a not theoretical, but like a, you know, you're going through a change in your life. It feels like it's actually has to do with pollens and or ups and downs of temperatures and different things. I feel like something to do with the sinuses acting up because your eyes twitching and your ear is itching. Just like it's all there's nasal passages supposedly. I guess is what they're saying here that go. Of course, it's all done. So, maybe do something if you have nasal rinses. Of course, again, I'm not a licensed professional, medical professional, but maybe doing something, um, if it's been really cold and you're not getting enough humidity, maybe having a cool mist humidifier or doing the nasal little Leti pot or the spray stuff. It just feels like it's something needs to get moisture in here. Um, but it feels like that. Interesting. I would never have thought of that with those 4 pentacles. But that's what I feel's coming in, Teresa, so hopefully that helps. If it continues, definitely go see a doctor. All right. All right, everybody. Well, I think that is all that I have for this evening. If you haven't, seen the new, full moon drawing that just came out today, we have one we had the new moon drawing yesterday, we had a winner. In March 3rd, we'll have a new drawing for the chance at winning a 30-minute person recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges. So can check out the link there. Also, we just had the new moon yesterday, so we can still make the most of that new moon energy. If you want to check out that video, it tells how to make the most of your new moon wishes, new moon intentions. So check it because we got it was a solar eclipse, and there was also the new year of the fire horse that came in as well. So be sure to check that out. And then also, I midnight tonight, my time, in about less than 3 hours, we'll have my new podcast episode come out. But if you want to catch up on the previous ones, here's a link from the last one, and then you can also um, check out the playlist as well that will list all of the past episodes if you want to catch up on there. So there we go, everybody. Hey, Jamie. Oh, yeah. The elevator door is going like this. Oh, wait, stick your hand in. Yeah, we can do a quick question. If you want to throw it out there. Let me just, while you're doing that, let me just make sure here if there's any other things that we're waiting out here. Oops. All right. Yep, don't see anything out there. So, oh, and I was going to check over here. Nope, that is it. All righty. All right. All right. So, Jamie, you're at 42604. There you go. So it's a guy at work named Marlo who was just made manager. Oh, how nice. And he's super negative. Oh, how nice that they reward negativity. Will he continue to bother me? You told your director about him. All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, will he continue to bother you? All right. So we got the Five of Cups. The Five of Cups, this is the power of emotional choice because this is someone crying over, spilt emotions. But the Two of Cups behind here is the power of emotional choice. You got the Two of Swords, which is the power of story. And I know this is going to be interesting to kind of just think about this and be open for it because when we look at the truth of things, when we look at it from an external perspective outside of your brain, all Marlowe is doing is he's just doing things. He's just saying things, not saying things, having actions or non actions. And it's meaningless out there until it gets into your brain. And then your story, this is the Two of Swords. You get to create the story of what their actions mean. And it's like, will he continue to bother you is up to you because you're the one that's choosing the story that he's bothering you. Because you can take away the power of the story and say, his actions are meaningless to me. His words are meaningless to me. And he might say something, but whether it bothers me or not is my choice, not theirs. And so we're giving our power away by going, oh, their actions mean I have to have this story, choose to emotionally feel this way, to react this way, and then have all that energy. And it's like, yeah, what's below the surface on the story about what we put, to their actions, right? Like, well, will they say this to me? They're really negative and they say something to me, right? Yeah. So those are just actions. But you're like, "Oh, they take the work and they block my opportunities." It's like, that doesn't have to bother me, but I'm allowing it to bother me, right? It's like, "Well, that's unfair." Well, that's a story of unfairness instead of going, "You know what? They're doing things, um, you know, for some reason they're doing things, but I don't have to let it be about me. I don't have to let it bother me. They're going to continue to be who they are. And the more I focus on my choice of the lower vibration story, my lower vibration emotions, you know what I get? I get more of that. Because whatever I focus on is what I draw in. So when I change my story of who they are, instead of becoming an adversary, and I know that's hard, you know, because we've been grown up so much about all this stuff is bad, and it's like, no, that's an opinion. We get to change our story. If I instead start focusing in on, yeah, we can always, if we want to find something bad about people, believe me, we can all try and find it. I mean, we can find it. We're really good at that. But we can also, what's the good in people? If I focus on what I appreciate about someone, what I'm grateful for about someone, then I get more of that. My whole story changes, and what I draw into my life changes by my power of emotions, mind, my actions, my energy, and it's amazing how things happen, how things change. An example, I used to I worked in call centers a lot of my life, and when I was taking calls, I would be like, "Why are all these people being such, you know, why are these people being so negative on the phone? I can't believe it," you know? And then I would take a break and then I'd be like, "Oh," because I was learning about mirroring and that maybe there's some negativity inside of me that I'm projecting out on everyone else, and so then I would reset myself, go back, and get back on the phone, and the rest of the day, they were all positive people, and it really taught me through life experience that, oh, wow, whatever I was focusing on too, I was focused on negativity, I got more negative. When I just became neutral, my calls changed, but when I became positive, people were laughing, we're having a great time. Customer compliments, instead of people wanting to speak to the supervisor, you know? So much of what happens in our life is coming from us, you know? Their actions just are, but I can choose to focus in on the things that I want to judge about people and the lower vibration, I'll get more of that. I'll get more sorrow, or I can focus in on what am I grateful for about them? I'm going to change my story about them and how I'm letting them impact me. So, will they continue to bother me? It's all up to me. Will they continue to bother you? Because they're not bothering me. Yeah, but they're not doing stuff to you. But they're not. And we can always look at, understand that everything that happens in life is happening for us to show us what we want to see about ourselves. If Marlo gets removed out of your life, if you haven't looked at what's the gift in this situation? What is it showing me that I want to see about myself? If I don't see it in that, guess what? I'll just get them in someone else's body, another Marlo 2.0. Maybe they're even more extreme, because we have all these teachers showing us what we want to see about ourselves until we see it. And so we'll keep experiencing the same things until we see in the mirror of this reflection of what I want to see. And then transformation happens. So I feel like in current, with those cards, with current situation, if you continue to do what you're doing, I feel like you're just going to have more of that sorrow because you got that sorrow card. Things won't change, and you might be forced with a decision to leave or not. Um, that's like the human experience, but all that they were showing you all behind the scenes of why this is happening for you, so you can become aware of your power of choice and become powerful, even more powerful. So hopefully that helps, Jamie. That's what they got for you right now. So that is what we got, everybody. I'm going to head off. I'll be back. Of course, I'm on Wednesday through Sunday nights, 5 p.m. start time. So I will be back tomorrow. So if you guys want to come and hang out, I'd love to see it. Till then, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. You are made of love. You are love. And of course, I love you too. All right, everyone, sleep well. Enjoy this new moon dreaming energy. And we'll see you when we see you. Take care.